transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shad's Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Fuel Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Fuel Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shad's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shad's Crossroads.
There's really not a much better way to get your weekend started than baseball on a Saturday afternoon, and we bring it to you on the PSP Network today. Bismarck, Legacy, and Minot High, a battle of top two teams in the West region. I feel like we've said that before in earlier broadcasts of WDA baseball. It is an evolving landscape in this league as the season prolongs throughout the month of May. We're entering the final week of the regular season next week, but we still got some games to wrap up week 6 of the high school baseball season in North Dakota, and a week that could see us crown the WDA regular season champion. That's at stake today, at least for Minot High. Legacy can stay in the race with a couple wins, or at least just one win over the currently undefeated in West Region Conference play Minot High Magicians. Hello and welcome to the ballpark. I'm Owen Patterson on the call for 2 games today between the Sabers and Magicians on the PSP Network. Welcome into the Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show with timely services that won't slow you down and no appointment needed. It's stay in your car, drive through oil change. It'll take about 15 minutes at any of their locations in Minot or Bismarck. Also find Valvoline Instant Oil Change online at VIOC.com. Well, breaking down this matchup, it's a Legacy team that's really found their footing as of late. 14-10 overall record, but 10-4 in conference play. They reeled off a couple of wins in a row, losing just 2 out of 7 games between April 15th and May 3rd, picking up some crucial wins in conference play against Bismarck High and splitting with Bismarck Century, who are still a game back of the Legacy Sabers in the WDA standings. We'll take a look at that table as we go on today, but that's where Legacy picked up a lot of their wins in conference play, and then it's just kind of been a win here and there, a couple of sweeps, and a couple of teams losing as well that's helped Legacy move up the standings all the way to number 2 where they stand today, 3 games back of Minot High with just a few games remaining on the regular season schedule. As for the Minot High Magicians, it was smooth sailing until they went down to Dickinson for a non-conference doubleheader where they were swept by the Midgets. A big-time effort from Dickinson on the offensive side of things. We're able to pick up 2 wins, but again in non-conference play. So Minot High, who've won all other 18 games this year, 12 of which have been against WDA competition in counter games. They've won them all, and they are number 1. And today, what's at stake? The number 1 seed in the West Region Tournament, which will be right here at Corbett Field, broadcast on the PSP Network. 2 wins today, and Minot High can take home that regular season title on the baseball field, but it's going to be against tough competition here at the end of the year. Legacy today, Century next week, as Minot High looks to put a bow on what could possibly be a perfect regular regular season in conference play. For more on this matchup, let's take a look at our Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. With over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and a factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal, there's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. You can find them online at northern-plains.com. For the Legacy Sabers, it's got to start with pitching. This is a team that can hit the ball really, really well. That's pretty much their go-to, but today against Minot High, a team that can hit equally as well at the plate, it's going to have to start with pitching, and their game one starter, Nate Heil, takes the mound first. It's going to be on him early on to keep Legacy in this game and keep the Magicians off the scoreboard. This is a game that could kind of get high scoring and maybe a little bit out of hand on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, but I think if the Sabres want to play it safe, they're going to have to do it with good pitching. And quickly before the national anthem, for Minot High, we've already talked about the scenario: win 2 games today, and you're the WDA regular season champion. Those are your Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game. All right, taking you into the starting lineups here for game number 1 with the Legacy Sabres, who will be on the road and up to bat first. Lucas Vasey leads things off, playing third base, followed by Marcus Butts, the catcher, batting second. Ben Watson, then Drew Beasley. That is a dangerous looking top of the order for Legacy. They have been able to hit the ball well and with some power. They all work together so well at the top of the order for head coach Eddie Streeter there for the Sabres. The rest of the order, they do their job as well, and they do it well. And they do it good as well. Jamison Johnson, followed by Harrison Johnson, bat 5 and 6, with Cooper Miller, Jared Frank, and Hayden Empter rounding out the lineup for Legacy. Again, with a record of 14 and 10, 10 and 4 in West Region play. They have just 4 conference games remaining. It's 2 today against the Magicians, and then 2 on Monday at home against the Williston Coyotes before they prepare for the West Region tournament the following weekend. From Corbett Field, live on the PSP Network. All right, the starting pitcher in game 1 for Minot is Carson Deaver, making his 6th start of the season, a 5-0 record in 19 innings pitched and a 1.11 ERA. One of the 2 talented starters for Minot High this season, along with Braden Nelson. We still don't know who we're going to see in game number 2, but we got Deaver here in game number 1, who has been pitching better and better as the season goes on. His last 13 innings, 6 hits and 17 strikeouts, including his last outing against Mandan, a complete game shutout. Allowed 1 run on 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, getting the win over the Braves to keep Minot's perfect record intact. That does it for our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. It's time for first pitch with Lucas Vasey, Marcus Butts, and Ben Watson due up against Carson Deaver and the Minot High Magicians defense. Welcome into this broadcast of WDA Baseball on the PSP Network. It's a beautiful day for high school baseball here in Minot. First pitch swinging. Vasey's going to send this to center field. Underneath it is Easton Panasuk for the first out of the game. The Minot High defense looks like this. Kellen Burke behind the plate. Braden Nelson at first. Second to third, Trey Stewart, Parker Han, and Tegan Schindler for the Magi infield, and left to right in the outfield, Aiden Deal, Easton Panasuk, and Tyson Ruziska. Already 1 out made by Minot High. Defensively, that was Panasuk gathering the fly ball. Again, swinging early on in the count is Marcus Butts, the starting catcher for the Sabres today, the senior. Team lead .403 batting average, the only one to have a batting average above .400 for Coach Streeter and the Legacy Sabres. That one misses low and outside, evens the count 1-1. Deaver with the full windup here with one gone at the top of the first inning. Again, just outside. Butts is going to leave it. Right-handed hitting catcher for Legacy. The Sabers, they've gone back and forth in their last couple of games, looking under the microscope at their last last 5 games. 2 wins and 3 losses. They split with Bismarck Century and Dickinson in conference play, and in between that, 2 losses at home against EDC opponent Fargo North. 3-1 offering from Deaver is a called strike 2. Count full to Butts after the 1 pitch at bat to Vasey. Butts staying in the box for a little bit of extra time here against Deaver. That one's in there for a called strike 3. Carson Deaver, his first K of the day. There's 2 retired in the top of the first here for Ben Watson. Carson Deaver this season, 27 strikeouts, now up to 28. That backwards K sending Marcus Butts back to the dugout. 2 up, 2 down for Deaver and Minot High here in the top of the first inning. As our Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game mentioned for Legacy, pitching is going to be important for them. For Minot, very much the same thing. I mean, their offense scores almost 9 runs per game, but they also give up the fewest runs per game in the West region at 3.5, and that starter ERA is a number that is really in a league of its own here in the West region. I mean, you got Deaver at 1.11 ERA, Braden Nelson with a sub-2, Adam Rodocker hanging right around that 2 even ERA. That's a called strike 2. Payoff pitch on the way from Carson Deaver. Pitching to the left fielder for Legacy, Ben Watson. Just high, counts even, 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 retired. Infield playing deep for the Magicians. Drew Beasley waiting his turn on deck. Here's the pitch. Foul ball. Watson will stay in the box. Ben Watson, 7 extra base hits. 25 total. Ground ball right side of the infield. And the play is made by Trey Stewart at second base. A 1-2-3 inning for Carson Deaver. Sabers retired in order in the first frame. Will return for the bottom of the first inning. Minot High come to bat.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FinRun Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Welcome back to high school baseball on the PSP Network, brought to you by Ryan Family Dealerships. For 50 years, Ryan has been a trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory online at driveryan.com. Visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. Let's meet the pitcher for Legacy. That's going to be Nate Heil this season, making his 7th appearance, 1 win and 1 loss, getting the start today. He has pitched 8 innings all season long. A lot of relief appearances for Heil, the left-handed pitcher for Legacy, on the hill today, facing a Minot lineup that looks as such. Easton Panasuk, Aiden Deal, Kellen Burke at the top. Called strike 1 from Heil. Parker Hand in the cleanup position. With Braden Nelson, Tyson Rosiska, Adam Rodocker, Tegan Schindler, and Trey Stewart round out the starting 9 for the Magicians. Playing it deep there at second base was Cooper Miller. waiting for that second and even third hop. Still able to retire Panasuk. And that's the first out of the first inning. The Sabres on defense start Marcus Butts at catcher, Jamison Johnson at first base, Cooper Miller's at second, Harrison Johnson gets the start at short. Over at third is Lucas Vasey. Inside for ball one, the outfielders for Legacy, Ben Watson in left, Jared Frank in center, and Hayden Empter in right field. 1-0 pitch from Heil. In there for strike one. Some other numbers for Nate this season: an ERA at 3.83, 4 strikeouts to 5 walks. Another called strike. Now Heil working ahead of the second batter, Hayden Deal. Swinging strike three, first K of the day for Nate Heil. And that will be the second out. A lot of lefty-lefty matchups posed by the Minot High batting order against a left-handed pitcher. He's won the first two, now face a right-handed hitting catcher, Kellen Burke. Burke, his offensive numbers here in 2024, batting .500, perfectly even, 35 hits and 70 at-bats. 28 runs scored and 31 driven in. Heil getting another called strike. 1-1 the count to Burke. 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Scoreless game on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Swing and miss. Heil has all his pitches working early on. He can get out of this first frame right here. Ground ball to second base. Miller fields underhand flip to Johnson at first base. Deaver starts out with a 1-2-3 inning. Heil does the same through 1 or scoreless.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Well, through 1 inning at least, it looks like the pitchers game today in game 1 of this WDA doubleheader between Minot and Legacy. 6 batters faced, all of them retired. Carson Deaver faced the minimum in the top of the first inning, recording 1 strikeout. Nate Heil did the same for Legacy in the bottom half of the first inning, striking out 1 and retiring batters 1, 2, 3. Now it's time to face the middle of the order for Deaver. It'll be Drew Beasley, Jamison Johnson, and Harrison Johnson that the Sabres will send up to try and get something going in the second inning after a defensive controlled first inning. First left-handed batter that Deaver will have to face. Again, Minot High's lineup loaded with left-handers against left-handed pitching Nate Heil. Now a right-handed versus left-handed matchup. To start out the second inning, it'll be ball 1 from Deaver to Beasley. Missing well outside the zone for ball 2. Well, first inning we saw Deaver stay in the zone. He got the first pitch fly out from Vasey to center field. Then had to get a little creative against the talented Marcus Butts at the plate. Still was able to record the strikeout, and then Ben Watson attacked the zone again. and got a ground ball to second base to get out of the first inning. After the foul ball, it's a 2-1 count. Past the barrel of Beasley for strike 2. Drew Beasley's been struck out 10 times, walked 9 here in 2024. The 2-2 offering popped up in foul territory and out of play. Tegan Schindler gave a little bit of chase, but that one was taken well out of Corbett Field by the wind, blowing from right to left. Again in the air. The wind's going to take this into foul territory, but playable for Schindler. And that is out number 1 of the second. A foul out to third base by Drew Beasley. I'll bring up Jamison Johnson. Johnson starting at first base for the Sabres. Senior, this is a veteran team for Bismarck Legacy that returned a number of members of last year's team that went all the way to the State A baseball tournament, picked up their first ever win at the state tournament in program history. That was in the consolation round against Bismarck Century. A lot of recognizable names, or the same names, from last year's team to this year's. Part of the reason why Legacy was picked in the preseason to finish number 1 by the coaches. 1-1 pitch to Johnson. That's going to hit him. Jamison Johnson's your first base runner of the game on the hit by pitch. He'll take his base. There's a 1 on and 1 out for Harrison Johnson. Hitting shortstop. Now the corners come in. Double play depth for Minot. Looking for a defensive highlight here to get out of the second inning with Deaver still facing the minimum. Out of the stretch for the first time. First offering to Johnson as a called strike. Deaver checks the runner once, throws inside to Harrison Johnson. He's able to get out of the way. Works the count to 1-1. Deaver comes set, fires home. That is strike 2. Found that lower inside corner of the zone. And now Deaver pitching again with 2 strikes. Fastball outer half, called strike 3. Second strikeout for Deaver. I wonder if Johnson was expecting some movement there in the 1-2 pitch, but no, it was just a fastball that hit its spot right where catcher Kellen Burke wanted it. And that's strike 3. Retires Harrison Johnson and brings up Cooper Miller. Miller, who was called upon twice in the first inning to make 2 putouts, and did it successfully. Sharp ground ball to short. Fielded cleanly by hand, and the flip to second base to get the lead runner. That's going to be good enough for the third out of the inning. Sabres get the first base runner, but are unable to do any damage on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It's Sabres 0, Magi 0 through 1.5.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Nate Heil after a 1-2-3 first inning. Facing Parker Hand to lead off the second. And gets a ground out to first base, retiring, you could say, one of the best hitters in the West region, and there wouldn't be too much argument. Hand with a batting average this year of .514. That's some incredible stuff through 20 games on the season, but retired after one pitch. On the ground out to first, there's one away, and with Braden Nelson stepping up to hit. Nelson watches strike one. First inning for Heil went just as he wanted it to. 2 groundouts to second base and the strikeout. 4 up and 4 down. This time a ground ball to third. Vasey scoops it up. Sidearm throw in time to retire Nelson. Everywhere around the Sabres infield making plays early on. Vasey way over to his left in front of the shortstop and making the play. Quick 2 outs in the second inning again for Heil, as he faces Tyson Rosiska. Rosiska reaches for a pitch out of the zone, and that'll be strike one. After not playing in the doubleheader against Mandan, Rosiska came back against Dickinson in that non-conference doubleheader, hit his first home run of the season, the 7th of the team. Chopper to second base. Miller bobbles the transfer, and Tyson Rosiska, sprinting out of the left-handed batter's box, is going to run out the infield hit. Miller didn't even make an attempt to throw to first base. So Legacy got their lone base runner hit by pitch. Minot gets their first base runner of the game on a infield single to second base, getting on any way they can in this pitcher's duel. Adam Rodocker's up with 2 outs in the second. Strike one called by a home plate umpire. Rosiska stolen 9 bases. It's a good lead off of first base. Opposite field, foul ball into the street. And there's 2 strikes on the batter, Adam Rodocker. Legacy defense ready to put away the second inning. Out comes set. Third base side of the rubber. No chase from Rodocker. Rosiska, who got well off of first base on his secondary lead with the ball in the dirt. It was blocked by Butts. And that kept Rosiska at first. There was an attempt to try and backpick the base runner unsuccessfully. 1-2 pitch. Rodocker, fly ball left field into the corner and into the bullpen. Rosiska was running on the pitch. Oh, left to return to first base. Rodocker becoming a hard out here in the bottom of the second as Hal tries to finish off another very quick inning. Again, let's win go on the outer part. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Bottom of the second inning. Facing the number 7 batter in the Minot High order with Schindler and Stewart on deck and in the hole. Runner goes, ground ball through the hole on the left side of the infield. Hit it where Harrison Johnson wasn't after he went over to cover second base with Rosiska running. And with 2 outs, maybe you just let him go, but obviously that was the defensive game plan for Legacy, and Minot just made it work. Right to Harrison Johnson's regular position, but he was not there. So that's back-to-back base hits for the Magi with Tegan Schindler up to bat. Crowning home plate, standing well in that batter's box, close to home. Rosiska with the late steal. Throw's going to get away from Vasey at third base, and that's going to be your first run of the game. Minot High on the BNC National Bank scoreboard first. It's 1-0. Rosiska decided to steal third really late. And that was well after the pitch was crossing home. Slid into third, but the throw from Butts was too high for Vasey to reach. Ended up into left field. That's going to advance Rodacher to second. There's still a runner in scoring position for the Magicians, now leading 1-0. Count of 2-0 to Tegan Schindler. Rodacher takes an extra step off the second. Now creeps back, gets a secondary lead as Schindler fouls one off the handle. It's the first strike to Schindler in this at-bat. Some tough breaks here for Legacy in the second inning defensively. Retire the first two batters and then trouble on the transfer. With the shortstop out of position and the throwing error on a late steal has led to Minot High taking the lead. And looking to add to it still in the bottom of the second. Schindler leaves it high just above the letters. Howell trying to find the zone again, 3-1. Pitch on its way, that'll be ball 4. Schindler trots down to first. And there's two runners back on the base pass for Minot with Trey Stewart coming up. So round out Minot High's first time through the batting order. Stewart awaits the first pitch. Again, Heil just missing up and out of the zone. And now we're going to get a mound visit from the Legacy coaching staff. And I think it's just been on the location of the recent pitches. Heil, who started the game, and you see it a lot, who started the game, looked really comfortable up there, was hitting his spot. And then when things got a little bit tricky here in the middle of this half inning, with the singles and then the throwing error, just trying to aim it too much. Just need some time to cool down here and get back to throwing strikes. 1-0 count to Trey Stewart as everybody heads back to their spots. Howell sets up again, third base side of the rubber. Very edge. Comes home with strike one. A 1-1 pitch to Stewart. Ground ball past Johnson at first base. Here comes Rodacher. The throw is cut off. That's an RBI single for Trey Stewart. Make it 2-0 Magi. With locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit BNC Bank online today at bnc.bank. Minot leads Legacy 2-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard in the bottom of the second inning, all with 2 outs. 3 hits, the error, and the walk. And now leadoff batter Easton Panasek comes up, grounded out to second base to lead off the bottom of the first. As runners on the corners with 2 outs, Stewart won't go. That one's going to find the gap as well. Panasek drives in the third run. Minot High, the 2-out rally continues with a run batted in by Easton Panasek. And that is his 12th run batted in. Schindler scores for the 11th time this year. Aiden Deal up now, blocked by Butts, the catcher. The throw to third is in time, and they will throw out Trey Stewart. Trying to advance to third base. That's how the second inning comes to an end, but not before Minot High strikes for 3, all with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning, and take the first lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Back with the third on the PSP Network after this commercial break.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them. and try to do things to help make our communities better.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Carson Deaver was pitching well when the score was 0-0. Now an opportunity to throw on the mound with a 3-run lead after the Magicians strike for the game's first runs. Getting 3 in that bottom of the second inning alone. Again, all with 2 outs. You had Han and Nelson ground out the first 2 batters of the inning, and then Rosiska got on with the infield single. It just took 1 to get it going, and then after that, Minot High was once again able to find the hole and find the outfield grass, driving runners around, added a walk, added a throwing error, and Minot puts up a 3 spot in the bottom of the second inning. Carson Deaver again will pitch for his 3rd inning of work. First pitch gets a swing and miss from Jared Frank. Frank will be followed by Hayden Emter, and then the top of the order for the Sabres here as they look to respond in the top of the 3rd. 0-1 pitch from Deaver, another swing and miss on a breaking ball. This broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you by Roger Ward Moving and Storage, proudly helping the region with their moving and storage needs since 1942. Find them online at RogerWardMovingandStorage.com. Just up, that's ball 1. Coming up later throughout this broadcast, we'll take a look at our Shields of Minot and Bismarck WDA baseball standings. A lot of movement yesterday with some intriguing results, or interesting results, depending on how you look at it. And that's strike 3 for Deaver. His 3rd strikeout through 2 1/3. Legacy did get their lone base runner in that second inning. Jamison Johnson was hit by a pitch, but was unable to be advanced by the following 2 batters. 0-1 to Emter. Fly ball center field. Panasuk takes a few steps back. Now comes in. A fly ball to left center, and that is the second out. Vasey flew out to center field to start the game. Now with 2 outs, will come up for his second chance to face Carson Deaver. Just saw 1 pitch. His first at bat. This time will be patient as he watches the ball drop into the turf. A 1-0 offering inside. Swung on and missed by Lucas Vasey. Vasey this year batting average of .269, down from, what was a team high .348 at the plate in 2023. That's going to get past the 3rd baseman Tegan Schindler on the error. Legacy still without a hit in this game, but at least they've got a base runner here in the 3rd to move around, and that's what this top of the Legacy batting order is so good at. Get on base, and the rest can keep on moving the line, as Marcus Butts this year, he's got 17 runs batted in, 15 extra base hits. Now it'd be time for an opportune time for another extra base hit. Swings at the first pitch and misses. Deaver again starts ahead in the count, 0-1. Runner on base, 2 outs, top of the 3rd inning here from Corbett Field. Deaver checks multiple times at Vasey at first base. This is the zone for ball 1. Butts followed by Watson and Beasley. A really good 1 through 4 lineup for head coach Eddie Streeter. Talking about their connection. Butts and Streeter on the University of Mary. Marcus Butts already committed to play baseball for the Marauders next spring. 1-2 pitch, foul ball over the patio area to the concession stand. Now that connection is a deep one. Coach Streeter did play for UMary. His collegiate career, also helped as assistant coach. And he's had multiple Legacy Sabers to that program after their prep careers. Since Streeter took over with the Sabers in 2016, there's 3 Legacy High School graduates on the UMary roster this season. Isaac P. Gores, Crew Walker, Paxton Miller. And Marcus Butts will join them again next year. Right now, Butts is in a 2-2 count with Deaver. Looking to swing, at least move around Vasey and keep this inning going as Legacy find themselves down 3 runs. Plays off. Count full. We saw this in the first inning. Deaver and Butts work a long at bat. It ended with Deaver recording the backwards K and the strikeout. Disengage from the at bat and throw over to first. Vasey slides in safely. Deaver gets the sign. Throws home, pitch on the way. And Butts is retired swinging. Another strikeout for Deaver. That is number 4, and he's going to retire the Sabers, leaving a runner on base. The shutout continues through 3 for Deaver. It might not high add some more offense.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Well, for the second inning in a row, Carson Deaver gets out of an inning after allowing a base runner. Without that base runner advancing at all. Vasey with a 2-out reach on error. Was kept at first base after the strikeout to Butts. That's 4 Ks through 3 innings for Carson Deaver. The strikeout numbers continue to climb for him. And now Minot, who struck for 3 their last time up to the plate, have again that top to middle of the batting order due up in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's Deal, then Burke, and then followed by Parker Hand. Hand led off the 2nd inning. Deal, ground ball, base hit. He came up to bat in the bottom of the 2nd inning, but his plate appearance was cut short as Trey Stewart was thrown out trying to advance to 3rd. Comes out in the 3rd inning, and Deal will get a leadoff base hit. The 5th hit already for Minot. Joins Rziska, Rodacher, Stewart, and Panasuk. And now here comes Kellen Burke, ground out to second base in his first at bat today. Called strike 1 from Heil. That's now 6 in a row that have reached base safely for Minot. Burke swings at a pitch in the dirt, bounces off of home plate and gets all the way to the backstop. And that will allow Deal to advance, but it does put a strike on the board. 2 of them now to Kellen Burke. Nasty pitch there from Heil. Burke hops out of the way. A pitch at his shin. Nice weather Saturday afternoon. We've got a good crowd on hand here at Corbett Field, utilizing both patio areas. Spending their time here at Corbett in the sun. Called strike 3. Second K of the day for Nate Heil. Our deal back in the first swinging. And that's a backwards K to Kellen Burke. Brings up Parker Hand. He's 0 for 1. 1 on, 1 out. Hand this year, 23 RBIs. That's good for second best on the team. He's got a runner in scoring position with Deal, 180 feet from scoring. One 0 pitch. Gets to the backstop again. Deal is taking advantage of both of those wild pitches to advance from first to third after the leadoff single. And now that possible 24th RBI for Parker Hand is on third base. Infield comes in for Legacy, looking to cut down that 4th run. Hand going to hit it over their heads into right field. Spills into the outfield turf for a 1-out RBI base hit for Parker Hand. It's now 4-0 Minot.
First baseman Braden Nelson.
Braden Nelson 0 for 1 with the ground out to third. Come up as Minot High the second time around has had a lot more success than how they started the game. Heil, who retired the first 5 batters he faced, then 6 in a row, reached safely. Following a strikeout to Burke, Hand with the RBI single, and it looks like the Magicians are back at it. 4 runs on 6 hits. The Magi today. So we're in the bottom of the 3rd inning, 1 out. First pitch is a called strike to Braden Nelson. Nelson batting .302. He's plated 15 runs. Throw over. That's strike 2. Called this time. Nelson, who's done a fantastic job pitching this season. His hitting's also been there when Minot needs it. Pulls one foul down the third base line. And to keep the hands really close there. At a pitch he was just fending off 0-2. Slide step in the pitch. That'll be the first ball of this at bat. Sabres now down 4 runs. They'll send Watson, Beasley, and Jamison Johnson to the plate against Deaver in the 4th. In the air, foul territory. Emter runs out of room. Lands just on the foul side, or the out of play side at that right field fence. Maybe somebody will track that one down. Check swing, foul ball to the Legacy dugout. Nelson staying alive in this plate appearance however he can. Line went over the head of his third base coach, and then hit into the Legacy dugout and over to where the fans are in the patio. With another payoff pitch. Nelson, good eye, leaves it for ball 2. That'll bring up the 8th pitch of this at bat. With Hand still at first base. Looking to run, he will. Nelson swings at a high strike. He did foul it. Made a little bit of contact, and it didn't look like Nelson was all that happy with the result. Obviously probably frustrated with chasing at a pitch so high up when it could have been ball 3. But at least he did make foul contact to stay alive there and keep hand on the base pass. Another defensive swing from Nelson. And another foul ball. Hands on second base. I don't know how Hand got to second there if that wasn't a foul ball. Maybe I was mistaken. Umpire did say the count 2-2. That's a line drive to Vasey at third, and Hand's going to get doubled off at second base. Not sure how he got there, but he is thrown out on the double play. That'll end the third. Magicians add one more insurance run as we're through 3 innings.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shad's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shad's Crossroads restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shad's Crossroads.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you in part by the UPS Store, located inside the Marketplace Foods Plaza on South Broadway in Minot, on Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 7, and on Saturday from 8:30 to 3. For all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS Store. 3 innings in the books out of 7 here in Game 1. It's a WDA baseball doubleheader as we wrap up the West Region regular season. The last games of the West Region before the WDA tournament begins are on Friday, the 17th. Some makeup games, probably coming from April when we had almost no baseball for 2 weeks straight. In there for strike 2. Carson Deaver starting out the 4th inning well, facing batters 3, 4, and 5 for Legacy. Ben Watson, Drew Beasley, and Jamison Johnson in a 4-0 hole. Top of the 4th inning. Pitch from Deaver. Way up. Minot will wrap up their regular season on Thursday against Watford City. That is a game that was postponed from earlier. Finds the corner. Paints the strike zone. That's strike 3. Carson Deaver has been dealing. Strikeout to Watson. That's number 5 for the Magicians starting pitcher. Legacy will finish the season at home on Monday. Facing the Williston Coyotes, who picked up 2 big wins yesterday against Mandan to really shake up the Shields of Minot and Bismarck West Region baseball standings. As you get another one getting behind the catcher, it's 1-1. As it stands coming into play today, Minot is number 1 with a 3-game lead over Legacy. The Magicians are 12-0, Bismarck, Legacy 10-4. Here's a pitch from Deaver. Call strike 2, payoff pitch on the way, looking for his 6th strikeout of the early going in Game 1 of this doubleheader. We'll keep it here for this pitch. Swing and miss, strike 3. That's 3 straight strikeouts for Carson Deaver in the real tough part of the Sabres order. Batters 2, 3, and 4 all retired on strikeouts their last time up. I'll bring up Jamison Johnson, who was the first to reach base for the Sabres on a hit by pitch. But back to the Shields of Minot and Bismarck West Region baseball standings quickly. And Legacy at 10-4, Minot at 12-0. If Minot should win one game today, that means Legacy still has a chance. They can't get swept. Minot High with a sweep can lock up that regular season championship and the #1 seed in the WDA tournament. Sabres followed by Dickinson at 8-4, Century at 9-5, Mandan at 10-6, Williston at 7-7. Those were two crucial wins against Mandan yesterday to keep the Coyotes, it looks like, out of a play-in game, as that's a 2-out hit for Jamison Johnson. That's the first hit of the game for the Legacy Sabres. Carson Deaver gave up 4 hits in his last start against Mandan. He's allowed just 6 hits in his last 16 innings. Foul ball there from Harrison Johnson, but back to the standings. And Williston picked up that doubleheader sweep of Mandan. And that dropped the Braves significantly, as there was a group of 3 teams coming up from behind on Mandan, who is in second place. You got Legacy is up to 10 wins in conference play. Dickinson at 8 wins, Century at 9 wins, and Mandan with 10 wins as well, but they were back in 5th, as they only have 2 West Region games left on their schedule. You got Wilson at 7-7, and the 4 teams that are in play-in games right now: St. Mary's at 5-11, Jamestown at 3-7, Bismarck 4-10, and Watford City at 0-14. In the air foul. Burke's underneath it, got a good read on out number 3. Harrison Johnson is retired again. The Sabres for the 3rd inning in a row get a runner on base, but doesn't move past first base. Shutout still intact for Carson Deaver as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning on the PSP Network.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
That last look at the West Region baseball standings was brought to you by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. They have every sporting good imaginable and fashion and footwear at Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Proud to support the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. They present the Player of the Week each week on the PSP Network social media platforms. You can head over to @NetworkPSP on X or Facebook to vote for this week's Player of the Week or nominate Player of the Week for next week. That's Shields of Minot and Bismarck. Big thank you to them. Starting out the bottom of the 4th inning. Minot, who scored runs in the last 2 innings. And they'll send up Tyson Rosiska to lead off this frame against Nate Heil, pitching for Legacy. He struck out 2 through 3 innings, allowing 4 runs on 6 hits. Not all of them earned, though. The first run of the game came in on a throwing error by catcher Marcus Butts. Rosiska swings and grounds one past Johnson at first base. Rosiska 2 for 2 with 2 base hits. That's one to lead off the bottom of the 4th. His first hit got Minot on their way to the first runs, and eventually first 3 runs of the game with a 2-out single in the 2nd inning. Adam Rodacher followed up then with a base hit. What will we do here? First pitch to Rodacher. Heil taking his time. Comes set. Quickly home as Rosiska is going to steal another base. Butts dropped the transfer. And that is stolen base number 11 for Tyson Ruziska in 2024. Ruziska, one of the many talented multi-sport athletes on the field today. Rodocker relieves that pitch outside. Ruziska himself, all-state running back on the football field. He also won Co-Senior Athlete of the Year in Class 3A. Legacy has some very talented skaters on their baseball team today. 3 all-state hockey players for the Sabres in the winter, playing baseball in the spring. That's Marcus Butts, Jamison Johnson, and Drew Beasley. Two on pitch to Rodocker is ball 3. Adam Rodocker batting .227 with 10 runs scored and 9 driven in. He's been walked 12 times, which is one of the highest numbers on the team. This time avoids ball 4 by grounding a ball to first. Johnson makes a good read on it and steps on the base for out number 1 of the 4th inning. That does advance Ruziska all the way to 3rd for Tegan Schindler. Minot will have to wait to try and add on to their lead because Coach Streeter's coming out to talk to his starting pitcher. And that might be the sign that Nate Hiles' start today has come to an end. 3 1/3 innings, 4 runs on the board, 3 of them earned. He's yet to take the ball away, so we will not reveal the final line just yet because I do not think Nate Hiles' day is done, as a matter of fact. It's a good time to remind you this broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you by Prestwich Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment and a fun, relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Well, Coach Streeter just came out there to talk a little game plan with 1 out and a runner on 3rd. And again, Legacy will play infield in. Outfield playing pretty straight up across the board. With Tegan Schindler again at the plate. Pitch from Heil is strike 1. And Ruziska getting a big lead at 3rd. Sabres able to keep him there on the ground ball to second baseman Miller. That'll be the second out. Ruziska has to stay at 3rd base as Trey Stewart looks to drive in a run with 2 outs to the bottom of the 4th. Trey Stewart, who has 6 RBIs this year. He brought in a run in the 2nd inning, moving that number to 7. He'll take a swing of the first pitch. Second plate appearance all the way to the batting cages. Heil comes back with the 0-1 behind the back of Stewart, but slides all the way over, almost outside of the turf circle there, to retrieve that pitch and keep Ruziska at 3rd. That's the big issue here for Legacy. Can't let that run score. Trying to limit this to 4 runs with only a handful of innings remaining as we've reached the halfway point. Oh, a snow cone grab there by Jamison Johnson at first base, able to hang on to it and record that 3rd out. A shutout inning for Heil after the leadoff single to Tyson Ruziska's. The Sabres defense comes up big there in the 4th. Now they need the offense to step up and reel this game back in. Welcome back to this broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network. It's brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air, with over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts. The factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. Well, looking back at our Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game from the Valvoline Oil Change pregame show, over Legacy wanted some good pitching, and they've really gotten it from Nate Heil today. He was really efficient early on, then got into a little bit of trouble in the second inning. An infield single, a throwing error behind him. But Minot High's offense really got going there in the middle inning, scoring 4 runs. But other than that, Heil has been very good on the mound. And for Minot High, well, as it stands right now, they are getting closer and closer to clinching the West Region 1 seed. Again, they need 2 wins today to do it. They can still split with Legacy and take home that regular season championship against Century to start next week. Ground ball to third. And a nice throw there from Schindler, as Cooper Miller really had to reach to put the bat on ball there. Even lost his back foot left the ground on a ground ball to third base. That's the first out of the 5th. Brings up Jared Frank. Legacy center fielder struck out in his first and only at bat so far. Carson Deaver, through now 4 1/3 innings, has allowed 1 hit and just 3 base runners. The other 2 coming on a hit by pitch and an error by Schindler at third. 1-1 count to Frank with Hayden Emter on deck. Then the Sabres will bring up the top of the order. Shallow, very shallow right field. Ruziska calls off Stewart. And there's 2 out.
Number 2, right fielder.
Coming up next week on the PSP Network, we've got soccer, softball, baseball, just like it's always been on the PSP Network. We've got all kinds of spring sports coming your way, including a triple header of coverage on Tuesday evening. Line drive to left field. That'll end the inning. 1-2-3 for Carson Deaver. Faces the minimum in the 5th. Keeps dealing.
Many of our clients come to us already accomplished in their lives and on the right track. However, whether it's in response to a life-changing event or you are nearing retirement, you can sleep well knowing that together we have planned for both life's opportunities and challenges. And no matter what happens, we are here to help guide you.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Well, after we thought Nate Heil was going to get taken off the mound in the 4th inning, he was able to finish the inning without allowing a run, but Coach Schrader will send out a relief pitcher for the Sabres here in the 5th, and that's going to be Lucas Vasey. The other defensive changes for Legacy. Vasey comes from third base to the pitching mound. Cooper Miller from second to third, and filling in at second base, that's going to be Drew Beasley, who was designated hitting for Nate Heil. Heil will exit the lineup. So those are defensive changes for the Legacy Sabres. Again, the new pitcher is Lucas Vasey, coming in from third base, and in relief here in the bottom of the 5th inning, looking to keep the Magicians quiet as Legacy tries to figure out something offensively to get back in this game. Taking a look at the season numbers for Vasey here in 2024 as a pitcher, making just his 3rd appearance of the year. He's pitched an inning and 2/3. allowing 2 runs, all of them earned, struck out 1, and has walked 0. It's good for an ERA of 9.6 this season. He'll face batters 1, 2, and 3 for Minot in the bottom of the 5th inning. Easton Panasuk, Aiden Deal, and Kellen Burke. Panasuk 1 for 2, Deal 1 for 2, Burke 0 for 2 as Minot's gone for 5 runs on 7 hits. They've committed 1 error in the field. Legacy no runs on 1 hit. They've also committed 1 error defensively. Vasey set for his first pitch as we start the bottom half of this 5th inning on the PSP Network. Thank you for tuning in. We've got another game coming up after this. But before Game 2 and after Game 1, the Magic Towing Intermission Report. Remember their phone number, 701-509-4011 for Magic Towing, serving western North Dakota. First pitch from Vasey is ball 1. Now for the left-handed pitching, Heil to Vasey, throwing at the right hand. Panasuk squared to bunt only for about a half second. Pulled back as he watches ball 2. Vasey, a long windup there on the rubber. Panasuk a little bit late on it as it ricochets off of the backstop and into the Minot High dugout. Vasey gets the sign here, 2-1. Again, trying to work that outer half of the plate to left-handed batting Easton Panasuk, but hasn't gotten that call yet. It's 3-1. Where does he go here, trying to get a strike? Again, leaves it outside. Leadoff batter in the 5th is walked. Panasuk to first base. He's reached twice in this game. Brings up Aiden Deal. Deal led off the 3rd inning with a base hit. He did come around to score. That was the 1 run the Magicians put up in that 3rd inning to extend the lead to 4-0, which is what the BNC National Bank scoreboard reads at the moment. Panasuk takes off for second base. The throw from Butts is not in time. Harrison Johnson tried to tag Panasuk on his leg, but Panasuk slides in just in time for the stolen base. Minot High again with a runner in scoring position. They've been really good in this situation today at driving in those runners. Panasuk was stolen base number 18. After that pitch, the count is 1-1, a ball to Aiden Deal. Aiden Deal has 8 RBIs and 54 at-bats this year. Panasuk, a big lead off of second base. Deal, no need to swing. It's 2-1. Again, Vasey trying to find a called strike there on the low outside corner. Minot letting it go. They try and pick off Panasuk at second base. But he's back in safe. Two-one from Vasey. Looked at Panasuk a long time, but did throw home. Panasuk went and stole third base. That's 2 stolen bases on this one time on the base pass for Panasuk. And now has the team lead stolen bases once again with 19. Panasuk has made his way all the way to third on 2 stolen bases. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Aiden Deal. Infield plays in again for the Sabres. Vasey misses the zone. Butts able to save it. Vasey pauses in the stretch. Deal swing and miss, strike 3. Vasey records a big strikeout there. And with a runner on third in the infield in, not letting Minot High make contact with that pitch was key. 1 on 1 out for Kellen Burke. One of 2 Minot High batters yet to reach base, and just as we say that, he's hit square on the spine by Vasey. So a quick plate appearance there for Kellen Burke. Puts runners on the corners for Parker Hand. One out of the inning. Hand batting from the left side. He brought in a run in the third, the RBI hit. Burke jogs down to second base. That'll be a base stolen by Burke. Kellen's 7th of the year, 2 in scoring position. And now the middle infield plays in again for the Sabres with the double play. Out of the question. Burke's already halfway to third. Pitch to Hand. Again misses outside. Just bringing it a little bit. Bottom of the 5th, 1 out. Magicians with runners on second and third and a 4-0 lead. Ball 3. And with a 3-0 count, Legacy's going to intentionally walk Parker Hand to load the bases here for Braden Nelson, a situation we saw the last Minot High baseball broadcast we did against Mandan. That was in extra innings, wasn't it? Bottom of the 8th inning of game 2 in a 1-1 game. Braden Nelson came up to bat with the bases loaded and nobody out. Tried to sac fly to center field, but it turned into a double play. Minot would have to wait to win the game in the 10th inning. And a walk-off ground ball to second base. A 2-1 win over Mandan. Those were big games back then. A matchup of teams number 1 and 2 in the West region. Now a top 2 matchup here against Legacy today. And their next time out at Corbett Field. Nelson. The fly ball heading towards the line. It will drop foul. Empter couldn't catch up to it, but it does drop on the foul side of the line in right field. Brings the count to 1-1. Nelson worked it was 12 pitch at bat against Nate Heil his last time up. It ended up being a line drive to third base, caught by Vasey, who flipped it over to second for the double play as Hand got too far off the bag. One pitch to Braden Nelson. Middle infield deep, looking for the double play. The corners have a play at home, should have come to them. Nelson ducks out of the way. I think you can see there on your screen the Legacy outfielder is positioned a little bit differently. Ben Watson out in the left, very deep. Empter in right and Frank in center, playing kind of straight up, maybe even a little further in than normal. Nelson did go the other way on his first foul ball. Now a 2-2 count. Panasek on with a walk. Burke with a hit by pitch. Hand an intentional walk off the mound and through up the middle. Here comes Burke to score. Hand trying advancing to third. He's going to be thrown out at second base for a second time in a row. Despite that being the second out of the inning, Minot High gets another 2. And the Magicians lead 6-0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Your life is busy. They'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. You can also visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. 2 RBIs on that base hit for Braden Nelson. Now 1 for 3 in the game. And a 6-run lead in the bottom of the 5th for Minot. First pitch strike called to Tyson Rosiska. It's just 1 runner on base. Went from a base loaded 1-out situation to a runner on first 2-out situation here for the Sabres. Rosiska, fly ball to center field. Frank has the catch, and that will wrap up the inning. Magicians get 2 more runs on the RBI base hit by Braden Nelson. They have a 6-run lead, adding some more insurance to the shutout for Carson Deaver.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shad's Crossroads Field to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a Fuel Tracker card from any of our C-Store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the Fuel Tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shad's Crossroads Restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shad's Crossroads.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
As we head to the 6th inning, your time to remind you this broadcast on the PSP network of WDA Baseball is brought to you in part by Minot State University. The best way to predict your future is to create it with over 100 areas of study at Minot State University. You'll earn the degree for the career you desire. Be seen, be heard, be you at MSU. That's Minot State University. Lucas Vasey, who took over as the pitcher in the bottom of the 5th inning, now comes up to bat for a 3rd time. He's 0 for 2. He reached on an error last time up and flew out to center to start the game. Sabres trailing by 6. Definitely don't want to have to make up that whole difference in the 7th inning. Going to want to put up at least 1, if not a crooked number here in the 6th. It starts out with a fly out to left field. I'll bring up Marcus Butts. Carson Deaver, the pitcher for Minot High. He has been very good today, and especially against the top half of Legacy's batting order, which that's a collective 300 on the season. Marcus Butts 0 for 2. He's got the team high batting average. He's struck out twice. We'll break that 0 for 2 with a 1-out single to right field. Second hit of the game for Legacy. Jamison Johnson picked up that first hit in the 4th, so there's the base runner that the Sabres have to drive in. 3 base runners on for Legacy today. None of them have reached second base. They've got a courtesy runner coming in. That's going to be Logan Lawrence. So Lawrence will be put on the base pass after the Butts single. First pitch to Ben Watson. Hit him. So now the Sabres on the move on the base paths. They've got Drew Beasley at the plate, who now comes up to bat as the second baseman. He was DHing earlier on. Beasley, a team high 23 runs batted in. Can he add to that total here? It'd be so much needed for Legacy. Break the shutout. First pitch from Deaver. Ground ball to second. Stewart Fields throws on to second to Han. On to first. Double play out of the inning. Minot high 4-6-3 to get out of the top of the 6th. Here it is again on your Ryan Family Dealerships replay. To Stewart at second. Hand covering the base. On to first. Inning complete. We head to the bottom of the 6th on the PSP Network next.
Great news. If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
After the Sabres started to put something together in the top of the 6th, consecutive batters reaching safely, it was the Magicians' middle infield turning the inning-ending double play. Stewart to Hand to Nelson, keeping the Sabres off the BNC National Bank scoreboard, and now they come up to bat in the bottom of the 6th after putting up 2 runs in the 5th inning. It'll be Adam Rodacher followed by Tegan Schindler and Trey Stewart. The bottom 3rd of the lineup for the Magi up right now, and the batters 7, 8, and 9, a combined 2 for 5 in this game. Rodacher 1 for 2, singled and scored in the 2nd inning, and then grounded out to first base. He's seen now 2 strikes. Lucas Vasey on for his 2nd inning. His longest outing of the year. Should he complete this inning? Came in with just an inning and 2/3 pitched in 2024 and 2 previous appearances. Recorded 3 outs after he started the 5th. Gave the 2 runs on the 2 RBI base hit to Braden Nelson. Count of 1-2 to Adam Rodacher. DH for Minot today. In game 1, we'll have game 2 coming up next, following the Magic Towing intermission report. Hand out some game 1 awards as well during that intermission. Sport Clip's MVP, Jobber's move of the game, and I think we just saw one of the top candidates. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball right back over our heads here atop the Corbett Field grandstand. We're going to be here a lot over the next couple of weeks. Next week, WDA baseball. Minot versus Century on Tuesday, and then the week after that, I'm going to live here. 17 games by my count over 6 days. You got the Region 6 tournament Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on the PSP Network, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, WDA baseball tournament from Corbett Field. Full count to Rodacher, a long at bat to start the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch from Vasey. Ball 4, he walked him. That's the 4th free base issued by Vasey already. He walked Panasuk, hit Burke, intentionally walked Hand on a 3-0 count, and now Rodacher leads off the 6th with a base on balls. Brings up Tegan Schindler. Is the Legacy trying to keep this just a 6-run deficit that they're going to have to come out of in the 7th inning. With batters 5, 6, and 7 due up in the order for the Sabres. The throw over to first. Unsuccessful for Vasey. Rodacher stays. Pitch to Schindler. Swing and a miss. Strike one. We have a very fun final week of the regular season coming up. It's just 2 days. It starts on Monday with Legacy taking on Williston. And of course the regular game days in the WDA on Tuesday. Plus you got games on Thursday and Friday. A lot of seeds in that WDA bracket still have to be filled out. Of course you've got teams ranked 2 through 5 in the Shields Minot Bismarck West Region Baseball standings, all separated by a single game. Legacy at 2nd at 10-4, down to Mandan in 5th at 10-6. That's one game between all of those teams, with Dickinson and Bismarck Century in the mix. Schindler with a foul ball, 2-2 count. Of course, you get Williston there at 7-7. The Coyotes, they cannot make it all the way to the #1 seed. Mandan, they've also been eliminated with or from being the #1 seed. So there's still 4 teams that can play for the #1 seed, but Williston could keep on moving up. Again, they picked up 2 wins at home against Mandan last night, 13-12 and 15-5, after being swept by Bismarck Century the day before. Williston will be on the road against Legacy and then home against Jamestown to end the regular season. And should they keep that great play going, you could see Williston keep on shooting up, but Legacy, those are games that are kind of must-win for them as well, to keep hold of one of the top 2 seeds and play a winner of a play-in game. That's a foul tip for strike 3, caught by Butts. That's the first down of the inning. Second K of the day for Lucas Vasey through an inning and a third, with Trey Stewart next up. Stewart calls time. Vasey standing on the mound a little bit too long for Stewart's liking. Yeah, Williston, they can really avoid that play-in game. They should pick up, I believe it's just 2 wins, and they'll be fine. That'll be a big matchup against Jamestown, who's kind of the one team that could overtake Williston for a non-play-in game spot. The Blue Jays, who've only played 10 conference games this year, they have a busy last couple of days. They're at St. Mary's today, home against Bismarck, then on Tuesday, Thursday at Williston, and Friday, that last regular season game in the West, they host Dickinson. So the Blue Jays looking for a strong finish. 3 of those last 4 opponents are in the bottom half of the West Region standings. And of course, we have the WDA baseball tournament on the PSP network. Thursday through Saturday, Butts with the throw down to second base. In time to retire. Rodacher trying to steal second. And that takes runners off the base pass here with Trey Stewart batting in a 1-1 count. Rodacher caught stealing. 2 away. On the year, Rodacher has 5 stolen bases. Swing and miss, strike 2. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Trey Stewart as Vasey looks to end this inning right here. Bring the Sabres up, looking for at least 6 runs at the top of the 7th inning. Misses outside, no chase. Should Stewart get on base, Panasuk's on deck. Three-2 pitch. Pop-up foul. And we're going to need an 8th pitch of this at-bat. Vasey in the windup now. With the bases empty, another foul ball. To the opposite field. Oh, heads up. We got some people on a motorcycle out there, and that foul ball landed dangerously close to where they were riding. 3-2 for a third time. Ball 4. Stewart is walked with 2 outs, and just as the base pass got clear of Magicians, Stewart reaches base for the second time. 4th walk issued by Vasey. The first one he gave was to Easton Panasuk to lead off the 5th inning. Panasuk already back at the plate with 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch, ball 1. Easton Panasuk 1 for 2 today. A single, grounded to second, and a walk. Panasuk has an on-base percentage of .435, batting out of the leadoff position. He's scored 23 runs this season on 23 hits. Mound visit coming for the Legacy Sabers. That's a Serve Pro mound visit with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. We're going to Serve Pro mound visit, talking with pitcher Vasey and the catcher Marcus Butts. Allows us time to remind you this broadcast on the PSP Network also brought to you by Planet Pizza. There's no pizza like it. Call now at 701-852-1700 to place an order. Serving the Magic City for over 25 years. That's Planet Pizza. Panasuk will be batting with a runner on first and 2 outs. Carson Deaver, you have to imagine, I'm pretty certain he's going to be coming out for a 7th inning of work trying to pitch another shutout. He has been as good as it gets, really, through his last 19 innings, allowing a total of 8 hits and striking out 23 over 19 innings. Panasuk misses on that swing. Strike 1. Deaver looking for back-to-back complete games through a full 7 against Mandan in his last start. A 4-hit, 1-run performance, striking out 5. Today he's only allowed 2 hits with no runs across, and a strikeout 6. Vasey checks the runner at first. Stewart's back in safely. 2-1 count here to Panasuk. Panasuk with a drive to left field. Taking a few steps back and making the catch is Ben Watson. That will end the inning. A long inning for Minot, but they produce no runs. They'll now try and protect a 6-run lead as we head to the 7th. Carson Deaver looking to close this one out and get ever so close to a WDA regular season title for the Magicians.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Sure is Carson Deaver on the mound, working on a 7-inning complete game today. Just needs 3 outs without allowing 6 runs here in the 7th to pick up the win, which would be his 6th win of the year. 5 starts and 5 winning decisions for Carson Deaver, the ace of the Minot Magicians staff this year. An ERA that, I think if you recalculated it right now, might be under 1. With just 3 earned runs allowed through 25 innings. Starting off the 7th inning, with an extra base hit. For the Legacy Sabers is a pinch hitter, Brody Rykowski, with a leadoff double hitting in the spot of Jamison Johnson. Rykowski with the double. What a way to start off the 7th for Legacy. They need 6 runs, and that leadoff extra base hit will definitely help the cause. Here's Harrison Johnson. He's batted twice already today, 0 for 2, swing and a miss, but a ball in the turf. And Rykowski keeps on running. He's off to third base. Jamison Johnson was 1 for 1 with a hit by pitch as well, but he's pinch hit for by Rykowski, and Rykowski finds the warning track in left center field. Kellen Burke talking with his pitcher, Carson Deaver, here ahead of the 0-1 pitch to Harrison Johnson. Cooper Miller's due up next for Legacy, followed by Jared Frank, Hayden Empter will bat 9th. One count to Johnson. Deaver's pitch just misses again. He's been right on the outside of the zone the last 2 pitches. Just high on the 0-1, and that one just outside on the 1-1 offering. Now with 2 balls and a strike. Ground ball foul to the backstop. Payoff pitch coming up for Deaver. He struck out 6 today. It's a line drive, caught by hand at short. A diving play to keep Rykowski at third base. Take a look at this at your Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Hand with the web gem, keeping Legacy off the scoreboard. Remember, a couple innings ago, the double play to end the frame with 2 runners on base. And again, Hand taking part in another spectacular defensive effort for the Magicians. Now 1 gone, still runner at third base for Cooper Miller. That Ryan Family Dealerships replay. With specialized training and technology, nobody knows your vehicle better than the certified techs at Ryan Family Dealerships. No matter what kind of vehicle you own, you can trust your repairs to Ryan. 0-1 pitch to Miller. Gets behind Burke. Umpire in the way there, but again, Rykowski stays at third base. No need to risk it. Every base runner very valuable at this point for the Sabres, as they have to get 6 runs or else here in the 7th inning. 1-1 pitch from Deaver. Foul tip. Still strike 2. Deaver wasting no time. Back into the full. Rykowski short lead off of third. Foul ball. It's going to be rolling back into play soon. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. One on, 1 gone for Cooper Miller. Another foul ball. This one is off to the left of the grandstand. Miller's played both second base and third base defensively for Legacy today. He's 0 for 2 at the plate. Swing and miss, strike 3. Deaver's 7th K of the day, and he's 1 out away from a complete game shutout. It'll be on Jared Frank to keep this game going. As we replace baseballs here. Again, Magic Towing intermission report coming up after the conclusion of Game 1. And then we'll bring you Game 2 as well on the PSP network. Deaver, first pitch fastball, strike 1. Starts ahead to Jared Frank. Comes back with A pitch inside. Frank fouls it off. Payoff pitch on the way, looking for the win. Deaver delivers. Fly ball. Panasuk over to his right, has the catch, and it is back-to-back complete game victories for Carson Deaver in his last 2 starts. Today, a shutout as part of a 6-0 win for Minot High. We'll be back to wrap it up and hand out some awards from game number 1 in our Magic Towing Intermission Report. Your final score, Magicians 6, Sabers zip.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I picked Carson Wentz.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Name it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is...
Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold. Trusted for decades and decades to come.
One game complete today from Corbett Field as part of this WDA doubleheader on the PSP network. Minot High takes the first by a final score of 6-0. Here is how it happened. We started out in a bit of a pitcher's duel, didn't we? Shutout first innings. Both starting pitchers faced a minimum of 1, 2, 3 first innings for both. And then in the second, Carson Deaver allowed the first base runner, hit Jamison Johnson. That put the first runner on base for Legacy, but still a ground ball by Cooper Miller to shortstop retired Johnson on the base pass. So the Sabres unable to move that first base runner ahead. Minot High, though, did find some success with runners on base in the bottom of the second inning. After Han and Nelson were both retired to start the frame with 2 outs, the rally started, and Minot High was able to come out with 3 runs in the bottom of the second. It was Ruziska's infield single, Rodocker a single through the gap, or the left side of the infield. Tegan Schindler found the gap as well. Trey Stewart with a hit. Easton Panasek with a hit. That would bring in 3 runs, a couple outs on the base pass, a throwing error to third base, and Minot High took the first lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, a lead they would not relinquish today. They added to it in the bottom of the third with an RBI by Parker Hand, driving in Aiden Deal after he got on with a single to lead off the inning. That made it 4-0 Minot. And then Carson Deaver went to work. He was really good in the middle innings, as he was throughout his 7-inning complete game shutout performance. You look at the fourth in particular, strikeout to Ben Watson, strikeout to Drew Beasley. He retired 3 in a row to end the third and to start the fourth inning, and those are batters 2, 3, and 4. That key part of the Legacy lineup. Deaver was spectacular against them in the matchups he had against the top half of the Legacy lineup today, striking out batters 1 through 4 times as part of a 7-strikeout performance today. Minot left some base runners on in the fourth inning, but in the fifth added 2 more insurance runs as they got to relief pitcher Lucas Vasey. Leadoff walk to Easton Panasek. Kellen Burke was hit by a pitch. Parker Hand intentionally walked that loaded the bases with 1 out for Braden Nelson, who drove in 2 runs on an RBI single. Parker Hand was thrown out at second base, trying to advance a little bit too far. That was followed up by a Tyson Ruziska fly out to center field, but Minot High had a 6-run lead at that point, and then it was on Carson Deaver the rest of the way. After allowing a few base runners in both of the last 2 innings, including putting 2 runners on base in the 6th. That was the first time the Sabres got a runner in scoring position, but Marcus Butts was kept there after the 4-6-3 ground out. Hit into by Drew Beasley. It was turned by Trey Stewart at second, Parker Hand at short, and Braden Nelson at first base to complete the double play. And then in the top of the 7th, leadoff double to the pinch hitter, Brody Rykowski. He would advance to third base later on a pass ball, that one was blocked by Burke. Took third with nobody out. Johnson, the line drive to shortstop. Miller struck out Frank. The fly out to center field ended this one. A complete game shutout for Carson Deaver, and win number 19 on the season for Minot High by a final score of 6-0. All right, let's get into our awards here from game number 1, starting with the Sport Clips MVP. Sport Clips brings you the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP quite like the MVP experience at Sport Clips. Check it online with the hairstylist today at sportclips.com or on the app. Your Game 1 MVP, it's got to be the pitcher Carson Deaver. Another spectacular start for him. Increases his record to 6-0 in 6 starts here in 2024 with a 7-inning complete game shutout of the Legacy Sabres, allowing 3 hits. He hit a few batters, but just 5 base runners got on for Legacy. There was 1 error, so 6 base runners on for the Sabres today. 7 strikeouts by Carson Deaver. He's going to take home your Game 1 Sport Clips MVP. As for the Jobbers move of the game, we got Ryan Family Dealership highlight for this one. They focus on the details of the process without ever losing sight of the big picture. Their efficient step-by-step approach to move management keeps everyone on the same page, with locations in Bismarck, Minot, Fargo, and Aberdeen. Find them online at jobberswarehouse.com. Well, at the top of the 6th inning, with 2 runners on base, we thought that double play, which kept Legacy off the scoreboard, might be as good as it gets. But then Parker Hand, with nobody out in the top of the 7th, made this catch right here to keep Rykowski at third. We might have to watch that one again. A diving play in the hole at short to protect that run, protect the shutout for Carson Deaver. Here it is, the second time your Jobbers move of the game from game number 1. Parker Hand, the diving catch at shortstop. That preserved the shutout the whole way. Minot High with a win in game 1 by a final score of 6-0. That does it for our Magic Towing Intermission Report. Remember their phone number, 701-509-4011. There's no job too big or too small for Magic Towing, serving western North Dakota. Before we pack up and get ready for game number 2 and take a quick break here on the PSP Network, I'd like to remind you that the WDA Baseball Tournament is live on the PSP Network, not next weekend or this coming weekend, but the weekend after, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, May 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Complete wall-to-wall coverage of the West Region Baseball Tournament live right here from Corbett Field on the PSP Network. We've got quarterfinals on Thursday, the semifinals and consolation round on Friday, state qualifiers, and the region championship coming to you on Saturday. All games live right here on PSP and free to stream. All right. Game 1 in the books. Minot High 6, Legacy nothing. The Magicians in game number 2 can lock up the number 1 seed in the WDA tournament coming up on May 23rd. Or Legacy can stay in the hunt with a win in game 2 and keep their regular season title hopes alive. That's coming up next on the PSP Network. Stick around after this commercial break.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Shields Visa is more than just a card. It's the freedom to go. It's a gateway to explore and do more of what you love. Imagine where the Shields Visa can take you. So join us in discovering endless possibilities. Shields Visa. Together, we've got this.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Let's see if you can make it, Danny. We're number 5, Jimmy Mello and his wife Alicia and daughter Sage. We're number 10, Travis Smith, his wife Sarah, sons Liam and Crosby, and daughter Katya, and his parents George and Diane. We're number 18, Casey Olson, his wife Mackenzie, and his kids Ada and Corby. We're number 2, Brian Twite, his wife Jody, and Easton and Shelby. We're number 15, Phil Shurik, his wife Kylie, son Declan, and daughter Tova. We're number 6, Derek Zietz, his fiancee Kristen Ellingson, his mom and dad Candy and Gordy Zietz, and the kids Lakin, Riker, and Brecken Zietz. And last but not least, we're number 9, Blake Hansen, and his son, Brooks. Other members of the team that were not able to make it: Kent Bloms, Mark Olson, Perry Olson, David Mayer, Dan Roberts, and Travis Ivanoff. Coaches that are not here: Gerard Cedarstrom and Todd Larson. Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for everything that you established for Minot High Baseball. A lot of good memories, and they're continuing to build up. And hopefully these young men can perform the same way that you guys did in 1999. Thank you, gentlemen and families. Hopefully we'll have a great time this evening at room 221. The 1999 State Championship Minot High Magicians.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
When it's time to choose your team, you want to pick the best.
I pick Carson Wentz. I pick Hunter Lipke.
Where'd you come from? I was in football, just like you.
Always choose people you know and trust for your team, like your community bankers at First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Well, as you may have just saw there before we went to break, in between games here at Corbett Field, introducing the crowd to the 1999 State Baseball Champions, the Minot High Magicians. 25 years since taking the crown in Class A. A couple of their players and coaching staff members honored here just before we get Game 2 underway. Still awaiting some lineup cards and the players, of course, to take the empty field. But how about that connection there? I don't know if you saw that, but Riker Zietz of Bismarck Legacy on their roster, his dad Keith was on that 99 team. He was honored today, came out to the baseline, and of course to applause from not only the Minot High crowd but also Riker's Legacy teammates. Quite the connection there as we get set for game number 2, and the starting pitcher for the Minot High Magicians will be Braden Nelson, the Game 2 starter this afternoon. 5 starts, a 3-0 record, 22 2/3 innings pitched, 6 earned runs this year, an ERA just a tish under 2 at 1.85, 19 strikeouts to 10 walks this season for Braden Nelson. Minot High at 19-2 on the year. They are 1 win away. If they can pick up a win here against Legacy, they will take home the WDA regular season championship and the #1 seed in the West Region tournament. Coming up on May 23rd, starting May 23rd, the quarterfinal round right here on the PSP network. Bismarck Legacy, they were shut out in game number 1 by Carson Deaver, looking to pick up the offense early on here against Nelson. If we wanted to rewrite the Northern Plains Air keys to the game, well, they got some good pitching in the game number 1, which kept them in it early on. However, the offense fell just short throughout all 7 innings. So maybe this time going to have to focus on the offense to try and win this one in game 2 and force the split and keep the window open on the chances for Legacy to pick up that #1 seed throughout next week's group of games that the Sabers and Magicians and the entire West region will be playing. We have a few scoreboard updates from the rest of the West. We'll get those to you as soon as they go final from around the WDA today. All right, game 2 gets started with Lucas Vasey at the plate. He's going to get the start at third base here in game number 2, just like he did in game 1. Made a relief appearance, going 2 innings, pitching the bottom of the 5th and bottom of the 6th. Allowed 2 runs, walked a few, and gave up a hit. At the plate here in game number 2, Vasey watches ball 1. Lucas Vasey leads things off. He'll be followed up by Marcus Butts, the number 2 spot. And Ben Watson and Drew Beasley, no change to the top 4 for the Sabers here in game 2. Vasey, line drive to hand it short. Makes a catch. That was in the air the whole time, so an L6.
Number 15, shortstop, Marcus Butts.
1 out for Marcus Butts. 1 for 3 in game number 1. He struck out his first 2 times up against Carson Deaver, then was able to pick up a hit late in the game. And he'll start off game 2 with a line drive to left field. 1 out single for Marcus Butts. There's a runner on and 1 gone. Here for the number 3 hitter, Ben Watson.
Ben Wilson.
Watson at the plate. First pitch from Braden Nelson. Ground ball to short. Hand will go all the way to first with it. No play at second. And he will retire Watson for the second out of the inning. Nelson, some short at bats, and that he's had to battle through. And now with 2 outs, there's a runner in scoring position for the Sabers in the first. It's Drew Beasley at the plate. Again, a team high 23 runs batted in. He came up with runners in scoring position late in game number 1, but was unable to bring home any of those runs. This one will be foul, just foul, down the left field line. Chasing that ball all the way into the corner was Aiden Deal. Carson Deaver gets the start at third base here in game 2. Hiram Maples at first with Braden Nelson pitching. A couple of the defensive changes here between first game and this for Minot. 1-1 count to Beasley. Misses low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, Nelson 19 strikeouts to 10 walks through 22 2/3 innings. Now up to 23 1/3 after recording 2 outs here in the first. That one misses way outside. That's not in Burke's glove. He thought it was and thought he was going to throw out Marcus Butts, but that one just went off the tip of his glove and all the way to the backstop. So Butts will jog into third base on the wild pitch, and the count's 3-1 to Drew Beasley. Legacy going to want runs here in the first inning. They have a perfect chance. Ground ball to second base. They are still held off the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Marcus Butts gets on base, gets all the way to third, but the Minot defense stands up to the task in the top half of the first. Scoreless, 3 outs played.
At NCC, Northwest North Dakota is our backyard. The individuals and businesses who rely on NCC's services aren't just our customers. You're our neighbors, our friends, and our families. That's why we're committed to providing the high-quality internet, video, phone, and security systems you need to stay connected with the friendly, local service you deserve. NCC, making connections in Northwest North Dakota.
Breathe in. I can't believe I wrecked my car. There's some things in life we can't control, but what's important is how we respond. At Jerome's Collision Center, they provide the highest quality of service, assuring the job gets done stress-free and making it feel like a breath of fresh air. And to give you peace of mind, they handle the insurance.
Are you even a therapist?
Don't worry about it. Jerome's, they're the experts. Jerome's.
Welcome back to WDA Baseball on the PSP Network. This broadcast is brought to you in part by the UPS Store, located on South Broadway in Minot at the Marketplace Foods Plaza, open Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 7, and on Saturday, today, from 8:30 to 3, for all your packing and shipping needs, it's the UPS Store. Well, we are still in the first inning, the bottom of the first. Our BNC National Bank scoreboard says otherwise, but leading things off in the home half of the first inning for Minot will be Easton Panasuk. The rest of the Magi batting order looks like this: Aiden Deal, Kellen Burke, Parker Hand, Tyson Rosiska, Adam Rodacher, Carson Deaver, Hiram Maples, and Trey Stewart. Braden Nelson's being DH'd for by Rodacher. He is the starting pitcher for the Magi today in Game 2. Will be batting after driving in 2 runs on a single in Game 1. First pitch to Panasuk is a foul ball for strike 1. Pitcher here in Game 2 for Legacy is Connor Graybo. Graybo wearing number 24. He's in the stats book as number 11. A bit confusing here, at least maybe just for me. Graybo making his second appearance of the season, an 0-1 record in 5 innings pitched. ERA of 1.8. He's allowed 1 run in those 5 innings. Another southpaw getting the start for the Sabers. There we go, bottom of the first inning, it's back. 1-2 count to Easton Panasuk. Ball gets away from Butts. Looks like a breaking ball from here. Graybo. Payoff pitch. Swing and miss, strike 3, first K of the day for Graybo. Panasuk retired. There's 1 out in the first inning for the left fielder, Aiden Deal. Aiden Deal in game number 1, a 1-for-3 day. Singled and 2 strikeouts. He would score a run. Called strike 1. In there for strike 2. Where will Graybo go this time? That one a called strike on the inside part. He tries to elevate fastball like he did to Panasek with 2 strikes. Instead, right up the middle and off the ankle of Graybo. He's still down as that throw goes wild and nearly hit the cameraman. But Graybo, the injury here, took a line drive off the leg. The deal will reach on the error as the training staff here checks on Graybo, and we'll take a look at Legacy's defense here while we got the break. Marcus Butts is the catcher. The Sabres, sorry, Riker Zietz is the catcher in game 2. Butts is playing shortstop. First baseman is Cooper Miller. Harrison Johnson gets to start at second base. Lucas Vasey is at third. Left, right in the outfield, Ben Watson, Jared Frank, and Drew Beasley. Graybo's up and doing a couple exercises here to test, I believe it was that plant foot. Might throw some warm-up pitches, try and stay in this game. No, it was the back foot for Graybo. But even though it's not the plant foot, it's still the leg he pushes off the rubber from. So we will throw some warm-up pitches here. And more time to remind you, this broadcast on the PSP Network is brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air, with over 25 years of experience as your heating and air experts and the factory authorized dealer for AeroSeal. There's no other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Find them online at northern-plains.com. Warm-up pitches are complete. Fist bumps all around for Graybo to keep on throwing here in the first inning. Deal reaches on the error, charge to Vasey. Actually, no, they're not going to charge him with the error. They say Deal got to first base before the throw that sailed way high. So that will be a single for Aiden Deal. There's 1 on and 1 out for Kellen Burke. Sabres looking for a big-time defensive play of their own to get out of the first inning without that run scoring. Another called strike to start out this at-bat between Graybo and Burke. Oh, 1 pitch. Stares down Deal at first base. Burke waits on it, but just couldn't wait enough. Still ahead. No balls and 2 strikes from Graybo. Connor Graybo this season, 9 strikeouts and 1 walk. He's allowed just 4 hits. Pickoff move to first. Deal is safe. Alex to go after Burke. Is ahead in the count. 2 strikes. Oh, Burke with a swing. Off the netting above the entrance on the first base side here of Corbett Field. Again, a great crowd on hand today. Portion of them celebrating that 25th year anniversary since the 1999 state championship won by Minot High. How about a third? Vasey had a bit of trouble with the transfer, but able to hang on to it at second base with a foot on the bag. That was Harrison Johnson saving at least 1 out, as that ball had its trajectory going into center field, but Johnson stretches and makes the catch, keeping 1 foot on the base and picking up the force out. That retires the leader runner Deal. Burke will be courtesy ran at first base after reaching on the fielder's choice. The courtesy runner is Blaze Ostrom. Ostrom will take over as the runner at first, with Parker Hann batting with 2 outs. After a long look to first, Really hard ground ball hit to first base by Han. It's still being retrieved there on the right field wall. A foul in foul territory. It got past Johnson there at first base, or sorry, Miller at first base, and then just kind of dived it right off of his glove and rolled to the fence. Having to run all the way over there. It was Harrison Johnson from second base to pick it up. Han was caught between trying to advance to second. Did get back to first safely. Ostrom goes from first to third. Runners on the corners on the hit for Tyson Rosiska. Nearly hit by the pitch. Han will steal second base. Took a while for Rosiska to lean out of the way. I think he just wanted to take that hit by pitch right on the elbow guard. Instead, it's a 1-0 count. Connor Grabo pitching for Legacy. Pulls one on the ground off the glove of Miller at first base. And that'll bring in this game's first run. Minot High on the BNC National Bank scoreboard first. It's 1-0 on the fielding error by Cooper Miller. Ostrom scores in the place of Kellen Burke. Parker Han heads to third base. It's runners on the corners again for Adam Roadhocker. And then the Sabres will come to bat in the second, playing from behind again. And Coach Streeter down there in the Legacy dugout not happy with the defensive performance here in the first. They've gotten their chances to get out of this inning as Rosiska thought that was going to be a pickoff move. Headed back to first base, but Grabo was on the way home. Strike one to Roadhocker. And now gets Rosiska in the rundown. Grabo understood on that first pitch. It was well communicated that Rosiska was having a tough time picking up that pickoff move or the delivery home from Grabo. And that is how the inning will end. I believe Han did score before the out was recorded, so that'll be a 2-0 lead for Minot after one full inning. Magicians take the early lead.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
It'll be Johnson, and Miller due up for Legacy as they again have to work out of a early deficit. This time it's 2 runs in the second inning after the Magicians go for that crooked number their first time up to the plate. And Legacy had some opportunities to get out of that first inning on the defensive side a little bit earlier. Minot hit the ball on the ground, but it wasn't cleanly fielded on the right side of the infield. That allowed 2 runs to score. Starting off the second inning is Jamison Johnson with a base hit to wide open left center field. Nice piece of hitting there by Johnson. Brings up Harrison Johnson. Harrison starting at second base in game number 2. First pitch he sees from Nelson. Swings at and fouls off. Be an 0-1 count to Harrison Johnson. I think that one landed in a glove in the Legacy dugout. Foul ball off the roof of the grandstand, rolled back into Legacy's dugout, right into somebody's glove. There's ball one from Braden Nelson. Did pitch with a runner on base throughout a majority of the first inning after retiring the leadoff batter Lucas Vasey. Marcus Butts got a base hit and was stranded at third base. Han, quick transition and the throw to second base in time, but the relay on to first isn't in time. Harrison Johnson will reach on the fielder's choice. There's one on and one out for Cooper Miller. First pitch strike. Miller watches it. Paints the corner. Nelson comes home, pitch outside. Burke throws to Maples at first. Back pick Johnson. We see it a growing amount. Catchers throwing back to first base. There's a called strike two. 1-2 count here to Cooper Miller. But you see it a lot, and I'm somebody that likes statistics and percentages. I just not sure how many times that's a successful move back to first base. Obviously, when you do get him out, it's a nice play, but there's always the risk of first baseman not ready. That ball can easily find itself underneath the 316 sign in the right field corner. 2-2 pitch. Burke trying to give Nelson some pointers on how to release that curveball, but threw it there. It didn't break enough, or really at all, as Miller had to get out of the way. Full count here from Nelson. Ground ball, that almost hit him in the leg. Diving stop, and the throw to first. Oh, it's just not in time. It was a nice play to at least pick it up for Trey Stewart. We're going to look at this one at the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. Sliding play, and a very close one at first. Just not in time. It'll be an infield single for Miller. And bring up the 8-hole hitter Riker Zietz. First time he's been up to bat today. Starting a catcher in game two. Again, before this second game, his dad Keith, part of the 1999 state championship Minot High Magicians that were honored before game two. Riker not playing in maroon and gold. He's in black and gold for the Sabres. 1-1 count with one out. Off the end of the bat and foul. Riker Zietz, the junior catcher for Bismarck Legacy. He's got a runner in scoring position. 2 runners on base with 1 out here in the second inning. Tying run at first early on in this game too, but that'll be a swing and a miss, strike 3. Nelson records the strikeout.
Number 5, Jared Frank.
Brings up Jared Frank. And Jared Frank this season, he has 5 RBIs in 28 at-bats. Legacy's going to need something here after going scoreless through 7 innings in game 1 at the plate. With their opportunity to get on the BNC National Bank scoreboard a lot earlier here in game 2 than it was in game 1. It took them a while to put consecutive hits together, or at least base runners. This one will fall in front of Aiden Deal. Tried playing it on a hop. The relay home is in time to retire Harrison Johnson. And the Minot defense doing everything to keep Legacy off the BNC National Bank scoreboard. The relay from Deal to Deaver to Burke. Out number 3. We will return with the bottom half of the second after this commercial break.
No runs on 3 hits. There was no line.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go. Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
After a spectacular relay from left field by the Minot High defense to throw out Harrison Johnson trying to go second to home on a single to left field. The Sabres still with the 0 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. They've been so close each of the last 4 innings, even going back to the end of game number 1. They just haven't been able to break through, and now the goal is also to keep Minot High off the board. The Magi put up 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Here in the second inning, it'll be Adam Rodacher, Carson Deaver, and Hiram Maples due up with Trey Stewart in the 9th spot should we get there. Rodacher waits on that off speed. But can't put it in play. It's a foul ball, strike 2. Rodacher came up to bat in the first, but only saw 1 pitch. Connor Grabo, the Sabres starter, threw out Tyson Ruziska on the pickoff move. But that pickoff move was able to buy enough time, I guess, for Parker Hand to score from third before the tag was made. So that's why it's a 2-0 game in favor of Minot, despite it being 1-0 at the time of the pickoff move. 2-2 to Rodacher. Another one that looked like it had some late break to it. Pulled foul. Grabo readies with the payoff pitch. Strike 3 called. Strikeout number 1 for Connor Grabo.
Third baseman, number 7.
And that'll bring up Carson Deaver. Deaver was part of that relay home to end the top of the second inning. Going back to that play, it looked like Deal maybe did have a chance of catching that ball in the air. Let it drop, played on a hop, and he came up throwing, with Johnson rounding third, being aggressive. Deaver well positioned. Got to give credit probably to Kellen Burke for lining that one up as well, as that's the catcher's move there of getting Deaver in the right spot. You could throw into the infield, and Deaver relayed it home quickly to retire Johnson. 1-1 pitch from Grabo. Ground ball to third. That's going to stay fair. Deaver's got a lot of extra bases coming up here. He will stop at second. That ball finds its way all the way to the left field foul corner on a ground ball that was dove for by Vasey. He was unable to secure it, and that one just kept on rolling into foul territory after staying inside the base as long as it needed to. 1-out double for Carson Deaver. That puts a runner in scoring position for Hiram Maples. See strike 1 from Grabo. Maples ready at the plate. Bends in for strike two. Graybo's breaking pitches have worked very well, especially early in counts. Minot hasn't been offering at any of them, hasn't gotten the chase, but there's the variation to drop in the zone. Maples puts a swing on the 0-2. It's going to be a close play at first. Graybo's over there fielding his position. Miller to Graybo for the second out. Deaver does advance to third base. Magi looking for a 2-out hit from Trey Stewart. Stewart drove in a run in game one, part of that streak of 6 consecutive Minot batters reaching base safely in the second and third innings of game one. All second inning here, and Stewart performed well in this part of the last game. First pitch ball. Graybo wants another new ball. Give us time to talk about what's coming up next on the PSP Network. Monday, you got softball down in Mandan. Pop fly behind first base, and it will be caught. We'll take a look at next week's schedule on the PSP Network when we return from this commercial break.
No runs on one hit. There was no Bismarck Legacy errors. One man left on base.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the Serve Pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside, accelerates to the 20, 15, 10, 2 touches, 2 touchdowns.
Carter Hankey, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Leading off for Legacy in the top half of the third inning, third baseman number 4, Lucas Vesey.
Next week on the PSP Network, starting on Monday, we've got softball from Bismarck. Mandan is on the road taking on the Legacy Sabers. First pitch at 4:30, 4:15 Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. And then Tuesday, triple header coverage of all the spring sports, really. Just missing tennis and track. There's a foul ball. Off the bat of Vasey, it's the top of the order here on the top of the third for the Legacy Sabers. Tuesday's triple header, we've got Century at Minot baseball, 4:30 start. Century at Bismarck softball with a 4:30 start, and then the nightcap, Bismarck High at Minot High in girls soccer. Kickoff at 7:30. Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show at 7:15. I'll be at Dwayne Carlson Stadium for that soccer match. And then Thursday, more soccer rescheduled from earlier in April. Minot hosts Bismarck St. Mary's, also from Dwayne Carlson Stadium. Same 7:30 start time, 7:15 we go on the air. And that'll lead us into postseason baseball coverage on Monday with the Region 6 baseball tournament. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. See, Region 6 is also getting a little interesting at the end of the year. There's a big doubleheader coming up on Monday in 2 days. Garrison is on the road against Velva Drake Animus. As that's a called strike 3. Vasey thought it was ball 4 on the full count offering from Braden Nelson. Second K of the day for Nelson, retires Vasey. That's the first out of the inning. But back to Region 6, whose tournament we will have coverage of on the PSP Network. It looked like Velva and Bishop Ryan were again going to be competing for the top 2 spots in Region 6. And that tournament shaped a little bit differently than WDA. The top 2 teams get a bye into the first round. The other 4 in the 6-team district have to play in the play-in round before that tournament actually gets started. And that play-in game is this coming Thursday. It looked like Velva and Bishop Ryan would be the top 2 teams throughout a majority of this season. The entire month of April, Velva won the first matchup against the Lions. But then, very recently, Garrison got their first shot at Bishop Ryan in a double counter, double header, which is rare in Class B. Marcus Butts with a pop fly foul into the patio. 1 ball, 2 strike count here to Butts with 1 out. But Garrison swept Bishop Ryan in that doubleheader, handing the Lions their 3rd region loss of the year. So now Garrison, the Troopers, are in 2nd in Region 6. Oh, did not hit Butts. That'll be ball 2. And Velva will host Garrison for a doubleheader on Monday. That could decide the number 1 seed in Region 6. Fly out to center field by Butts to retire to the top of the 3rd. And the top of the order for Legacy is really got to get going here, I think, if the Sabres want to score runs and get back in this game, trailing by just 2 in the 3rd inning. There's still a lot of baseball left to play, but going back to game number 1 as well. Strikeout numbers, just not getting on base for that top 4 in the order, which has done so much damage all year long for the Sabres. They're going to get some back-to-back hits, some base runners, just anything they can from these top 4 hitters, which are so productive statistically. As a foul ball, already 2 strikes on the batter. Ben Watson. Braden Nelson looking to finish off the 3rd inning. 1, 2, 3. Gets a fly ball to center. Panasuk is over. Lost the hat. He keeps the glove on with the ball in it. That is a 1, 2, 3 inning for Braden Nelson. Through 2.5. Your score, Minot High 2. Legacy 9 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. Back in 60.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is brought to you by Minot State. With more than 96% of recent Minot State graduates employed or continuing their education, MSU grads get jobs, period. Be seen, be heard by you at MSU. That's Minot State University. The class of 2024 just recently received their diplomas. That was yesterday morning at Minot State. Hopefully that increases the 96% number. We might have a new ad read next year. Line drive to center field. Gonna get down for a leadoff single in the bottom of the 3rd for Easton Panasuk. Now 1 for 2 to start game 2 for the Magicians' leadoff batter. He's had a lot of work today on center field. Retired 2 batters in the last half inning. And now doing work at the plate. Aiden Deal singled in the 1st inning and was caught in a force out at second base. not too far after that. Pickoff move to first. Seven combined hits through the first not even 3 complete innings. Deal lays down a bunt, had to readjust in the boxes. That was an inside pitch. Miller did come off of first base, having to catch a high throw from Grabo, but does get back down in time. Deal with the sacrifice bunt, advances Panasuk. And the point of the bunt there all the time is just advance the runner. You know, it doesn't matter what happens to you, but there's a close play at first base. Obviously, you want that base as the bunter. So a little bit of not necessarily arguing, but almost had 2 successful plays in one. Kellen Burke scored in the first inning after grounding into a fielder's choice. Grounds out to third here. Won't be able to advance Panasuk. It was a heater to Vasey at third base. He was able to scoop it up and throw. 2 down now, Parker Hand batting. Still a runner in scoring position with Panasuk there at second base. First pitch to Hand. Hits him. Well, Hand was intentionally walked with a 3-0 count in game number 1. And after reaching base on a single in the first inning, he's hit by a pitch here in the third. Puts 2 runners on base with 2 batters retired in the bottom of the third for Tyson Rosiska. Rosiska is a guy that just hits baseballs hard. Extra base hit numbers on the year for Tyson at 7 with 1 long ball on 18 hits. But even on a ground out, that one is humming. 1-0 pitch. Panasuk heading for third. It's a swing and miss. Zietz has no throw as he dropped the catch. Double steal executed well for Minot. Puts 2 in scoring position, and Rosiska could maybe make this a 4-run game with a ball hit to the gap. Hand at second, Panasuk at third. 1-1 pitch. Breaks into the zone for strike 2, and that's the pitch we talked about earlier on. A little breaking ball early in the count. Obviously, there the third pitch at the at-bat. He's just been picking up strikes on that pitch, has Connor Grabo. Payoff pitch on the way. Swing and miss, strike 3. Throw to the first to complete the out, and they do. That's the second K of the day for Connor Grabo. Retires Rosiska and puts a goose egg on the board in the bottom of the third, stranding 2 Magicians in scoring position. A big inning there for Connor Grabo. Now he wants some run support.
We've changed our name, but we haven't changed the DNA of who we are. We still offer the best product at the best price with the same people. For over 25 years, we've been your only choice for tires in the local area, providing all major brands under one roof at a fair price for your family's budget. Plus that excellent service after the sale with free rotations, free alignment check, free flat repairs with our exclusive Plus plan. That tradition continues today. Looking for tires you can trust? Choose us. Trusted Tire and Auto.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Drew Beasley bats leadoff for Legacy in the top of the 4th. Already nearing the halfway point of game number 2. Once it goes final, let the planning team financial advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show. Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. Visit them online at planningteam.com, helping clients work toward financial freedom. 2-0 the count to Drew Beasley. Line drive to right field. Ruziska had to take an extra step back, but will haul in the catch. Beasley's 0 for 2. Now Jamison Johnson comes to the plate. And while for the most part Legacy hasn't been able to find base hits, they've had a couple of walks here and there. Jamison Johnson today is 2 for 2. He's also reached base on a hit by pitch. He has been retired. A really bad time for the broadcasters, Jinx. Oh, a save, that's an error. All right. Jamison Johnson reaches base on the error by Maples. Unable to make the play there on the throw. A long throw from the opposite end of the infield by Carson Deaver. So Jamison Johnson has reached base all 4 times in a multitude of different ways. Now Harrison Johnson will bat. First pitch is the ball. He'll ground it to Hand at short. To second for 1 on a first not in time. Very similar to how the second inning at bat went for Harrison Johnson. They reach on fielder's choice, retiring Johnson at second base. Now Cooper Miller will bat with 2 outs. Again, Legacy putting a number of runners on base. And still in search of their first run today. Behind it on the first pitch is Miller, swinging strike 1. Harrison Johnson, that is, came the closest to scoring that first run for the Sabres in the second, his last time on base. Was thrown out trying to advance to home on a single to left field, attempting to score from second base. 1-1 pitch to Miller. Is a ball. Riker Zietz is on deck with Jared Frank in the hole as Legacy looks to put together a 2-out rally. Minot High did that in game 1, scoring the first 3 runs of that game, all with 2 outs in the second inning. Pop fly, foul. He's going to find a home in the parking lot. Two-two pitch from Nelson. Is low. Burke with the block. Full count now to Cooper Miller. Harrison Johnson will run. He can slow down because that's a walk. Cooper Miller reaches base. And just like the Sabres needed, more on base, keep moving them around the base pass. And the comeback search, Riker Zietz will now bat. He's 0 for 1. Watch this strike 1 on the outer part. Nelson, unlike Connery Graybo of Legacy, hasn't really targeted a certain spot in the zone to get those called strikes. For Graybo, it's been that breaking ball on the first base side of home plate, inside to lefties, which Minot High's lineup is mostly composed of. Nelson, on the other hand, he's been everywhere in the zone. Maples has a chance to make a play on this. No, he doesn't. That one did not get brought back into play by the wind, which is, instead of blowing from right to left field like it was in game one, is now we're coming in towards home plate. Another payoff pitch from Braden Nelson. 2 outs in the top of the 4th. High, ball 2. Oh, and now Burke, the throw down to second base. So you talked about this earlier in this game, the throwing down to first base. It's not too often you'll see a back pick to second base. Unable to get Johnson there. 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to third. Deaver makes the throw to second base. Zeros on the board again for Bismarck Legacy. They just can't drive in a runner in scoring position. It remains a 2-run lead for Minot High as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shad's Crossroads Fuel to Food reward program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shad's Crossroads restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shad's Crossroads.
Jersey Mike's slices your sub right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese, it has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Bottom of the 4th coming up on the PSP network. One final score in from other WDA baseball action on this Saturday afternoon from Watford City. Dickinson Midgets pick up a game 1 win over the Wolves 14-3. They already lead 4-0 in game number 2. So that win for Dickinson puts them at 9-4. Again, still just ahead of Bismarck Century for 3rd place. But now a half game back of, or now tied actually for 2nd with Bismarck Legacy after the Sabers game 1 result. That's first pitch fly out to left field by Adam Rodocker. Bring up Carson Deaver with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. So Dickinson and Bismarck Legacy currently tied for 2nd place in the WDA standings. Midgets still have 1 game left against Watford, and of course Legacy here with game 2 against Minot. Midgets with 4 games left in the regular season after wrapping up that doubleheader against Watford. Will be home against Mandan on Tuesday, and then on Friday on the road at Jamestown in the lone WDA game on that afternoon. Midgets the only team to beat Minot this year. They won a non-conference doubleheader, both games of that doubleheader. Another 1-1 breaking pitch, and now it's kind of been a common occurrence. 1-1 pitch from Connor Grabo has been that curveball. However, this one does miss the zone, 2-1. Foul ball, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Dickinson, the only team to beat Minot. That came back on May 2nd. A 7-3 win in game 1 and a 13-9 win in game number 2. That'll be ball 3. Deaver working along at bat. But since then, Dickinson split a non-conference doubleheader with Bismarck, then swept the Demons almost a week later. As this is a fly ball lifted in the infield. It'll stay. And the catch is made.
Number 17, first baseman Hiram.
2 outs for Hiram Maples here in the bottom of the 4th. Then Dickinson just yesterday split with Legacy. The Sabres won 13-0 in game number 1 behind an 8-run first inning. against the Midgets. Ground ball to short. And that was Miller on the base. Yes, he was eventually. 1-2-3 inning for the Sabres defensively. Still a 2-run game and still time to make the comeback.
It's iKeating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale. Going on now at iKeating Furniture World.
What is performance? It's strategy, conditioning, precision, anticipating the unexpected, and executing. For some, it may be just a game, but in this field, there is no playing around. You need to give it your all. You need to give it the max. Ag Vision Max by Farmer's Choice. An all-in-one playbook for growers developed by agronomists specific to your goals. It's a precise guide to maximize your field's performance. Ag Vision Max.
This broadcast of high school baseball on the PSP Network is made possible by our sponsors, including Shields of Minot and Bismarck, who have every sporting good imaginable, from fashion to footwear. Shields of Minot and Bismarck, proud to support the PSP Network's mission of promoting local athletes. On to the 5th inning here from Corbett. Minot High looking to protect a 2-0 lead against the Legacy Sabers in a battle of number 1 versus number 2 in the West Region standings ahead of today's games. That'll be called strike 1. 1-1 count from Braden Nelson to the 9-hole hitter for Legacy, Jared Frank. He'll be followed up by the top of the order, Lucas Vasey and Marcus Butts. Count of 2-1 now from Nelson. These two teams met last year 5 times over the course of the spring. A walk issued to Frank to lead off the 5th inning. So here we go again. Legacy has gotten base runners on in all but 1 inning today. And that 1 inning was batters 1, 2, and 3 in the 3rd. They retired in order by Braden Nelson. But other than that, Legacy's had at least 1 runner on in each inning so far. Line drive on the ground, picked up by Deaver at 3rd. They're able to get Frank out at 2nd base. So that'll be a fielder's choice. Vasey's aboard, 1 on, 1 out for Marcus Butts. Now, these teams met a grand total of 5 times. Minot won the non-conference doubleheader. They swept it. Then they swept the WDA counters. This one's going to take Rosiska all the way back to the foul line. He's able to make the catch. 2 outs. But then the 5th time they met was in the WDA state qualifier game, and it was in that 5th game that Legacy broke through and won their first game against Minot of the year, winning 4-1. They were 1-4 against them. Final score was 6-5 in that state qualifier game. Legacy would go on to the state tournament, just their 2nd appearance in program history. And after a quarterfinal loss, they bounced back in the consolation round, winning their first ever game at a state tournament against Bismarck Century. Ben Watson swings at a pitch out of the zone. Count 0-2. So that just proves the point that the regular season is just for seeding, but you got to win the games of the postseason. And like it's been said for Legacy this year, they were the coaches' poll favorite in the West. Picked number 1 in the preseason, but that's just a preseason ranking. You got to show it throughout the course of the regular season and postseason. Right now, Braden Nelson is showing off as a pitcher. That is strike 3 to end the 5th. 2-0 your score on the BNC National Bank scoreboard.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Our stylists are trained to understand the nuances of cutting men's hair.
Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit off, 7, pressure, points, yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
After 4.5 innings of baseball in Game 2 of this WTA doubleheader, Minot High holds a 2-0 lead over Bismarck Legacy. Legacy no runs on 3 hits, 1 error committed defensively. Minot 2 runs on 4 hits, also 1 error. All those runs came in the first inning for the Magicians. Now in the bottom of the 5th, is started with a ground ball to first base. Number 8, Trey Stewart grounds out to number 8, Cooper Miller, for the first out of the bottom of the 5th. Top of the order coming up for a 3rd time for the Magicians. Legacy's already batted through twice as well. It's been kind of an equal number of at-bats for these two teams. However, the one difference, Minot High has been able to move runners across when they've been in scoring position. Legacy just has not been able to find the answer. 1-0 count to Panasuk. Waits on this breaking ball. Sprays into center field, but it is caught. Frank makes the catch.
Number 10, left fielder, 8, Deal.
It's a big day in Major League Baseball today. Paul Skeens, one of the top prospects in the game, making his Major League debut. And of course, close to home, the Minnesota Twins, they have a chance of taking home the top spot in the AL Central. After a 7-13 start to the year, they have won 16 of their last 18 games. And they have a 6-run lead over the Blue Jays at the moment in the 3rd inning. We can talk more about that if we got the time today, because really interesting conversation to have about the Twins starting pitching, because you'd expect it to be the big names, right? Well, their pitcher today, Simeon Woods Richardson, is having some incredible performances lately. And today again against the Blue Jays. Back to baseball here in Minot. It's 2-1 count to Aiden Deal. Deal is 1 for 1. Singled an advanced runner on a sac bunt. Drops in for strike 2. Wow, has Graybo been in control of his pitches, especially the breaking ball. He's not getting swings on it, but doesn't matter. They break into the zone. 2-2 pitch from Connor Graybo. Zeitz tried his best to frame it, but that'll stay ball 3. Full count pitch here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 outs, nobody on base. That's called strike 3. Deal is retired looking. Sabres going to throw it around, but that's the 3rd out. On to the 6th. Legacy again. Worn out the phrase. They need runs.
It's Tundra Month at Cedric Field Toyota. With more than 30 new Tundras to choose from, starting under $50,000, there's a Tundra to fit every lifestyle. Built in Texas and sold right here in Bismarck, North Dakota, the Tundra is more than just a truck. It's an experience. Step inside to discover comfort and cutting-edge technology with the very best safety features. From the rugged SR5 to the luxurious Capstone, there is a Tundra for every adventure. Just off I-94's exit 161 in Bismarck, Cedric Field Toyota. Let's go places.
From the 26-yard line, nearing the serve pro red zone are the Demons already. Handoff, Hankey. Dances in the hole. Now he speeds and bursts outside. Accelerates to the 20. 15, 10. 2 touches. 2 touchdowns.
Carter Henke, this time they go left, and he just does what he does so well is he read the block. It wasn't off tackle, it wasn't off the guard on the inside, and he took his time, then he bounced to the outside, got a great little kick out block, a touch block, and deep downfield for the Demons, helping him out.
Well, I don't know about you, but I am a summer person. Prefer it way more than I do winter, so I've waited a long time, but temperatures crawling towards 80 degrees today in mid-May. It's officially baseball season here in North Dakota, as postseason action coming up in just 2 weeks' time with Class B regionals, Class A regionals, and of course the overlapping state tournaments in every spring sport in North Dakota the week following as we get into June. Great time to get out and watch some baseball, get out and do anything. No snow, no rain. It's been raining a lot lately. Clearly fans have taken the invitation to show up to Corbett Field today. If you were unable to, tuning in on the PSP Network, thank you for doing that. I'm Owen Patterson on the call. 2-0 count. Here it is. We start the 6th inning with Braden Nelson pitching to Drew Beasley. Beasley trying to snap an 0 for 2 here in game 2. Skips to home plate. It's a 3-0 count. And again, Nelson has walked a few batters. He's also given up 3 hits. Legacy has just continued to have base runners on. So many fielders' choices. Just an out short of a double play. And this is a ground ball to Han at short. Reads it all the way into the glove. And fires the throw to first base. Beasley retired. That'll bring up Jamison Johnson. And I don't want to mess with the day he's having again, so he is 1 for 2 here in game 2. We did reach on an error. Going back to that last time Jamison Johnson was at the plate, it looked like a routine ground out to third base, but the hustle play and was benefited by the dropped catch at first. This time he is retired. The first time Jamison Johnson has been sent back to the dugout by the Minot High defense. He had reached base his previous 4 plate appearances on 2 singles, hit by pitch and an error over the course of today's doubleheader. Now 1 for 3 in game 2. 2 up, 2 down in the road half of the 6th inning. Harrison Johnson, he has reached base. Basically, credit that to Jamison Johnson. He's reached base twice on fielder's choices. He's gotten Johnson out at second base both times. Pitch to Harrison is hit in the air and right into the patio seating. Not sure that fan knows he can't keep that baseball. Ball 2. Two-one pitch. The wind's picked up again. That's ball 3. Legacy at 14-11. They've won 1 of their last 5, counting game 1 of this doubleheader. Ball 4 to Harrison Johnson, and he's on base. He reached base 3 times without a single hit here in game number 2. So there's that base runner again for Legacy. They've had guys get on base in every inning but 1. But they haven't scored in any inning so far. Courtesy runner comes in for the Sabres. That's going to be Logan Lawrence replacing Harrison Johnson at first base. The Legacy, they were going back at their last 5 games, swept by Fargo North in non-conference play, 9-3 loss in game 1, and then a 1-0 loss in game 2. Been split with Dickinson yesterday. Looking for the split here in Minot after dropping game 1 6-0 And they'll host Williston on Monday, and that'll wrap up the regular season for Legacy. This one's well hit to left field. That's going to get over the head of Aiden Deal off the top of the fence. Here comes Lawrence all the way around third. He's going to score. And there, finally, Legacy comes through with runners on base and gets on the BNC National Bank scoreboard on the RBI double by Cooper Miller. Well hit to left field. We'll see if we got this one on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay. And only the tail end of it, but RBI double for Cooper Miller. Legacy's on the board. It's 2-1. With locations throughout North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona, BNC National Bank provides you with banking and wealth management services for your business and family. Visit them online at bnc.bank. Sabres making this game interesting. It always has been through 5 innings, but now it's a real challenge put forth by the Sabres on the scoreboard as they break what had been a 12 2/3 inning shutout performance from Game 1 by starting pitchers Carson Deaver and Braden Nelson. Now even looking for the tie. It's Riker Zietz with a runner in scoring position. Zietz, ground ball that will tail foul. Two-two pitch from Nelson. Riker Zietz staying alive with the foul ball. And now when Minot High comes into bat in the bottom of the 6th inning, it may not just be, well, it would be insurance runs that they're putting up if this score holds, but maybe just runs to feel a little more safe. It's just a 1-run lead, and Legacy's been knocking on the door every single inning today. That one's over the head of Zietz. It's a full count. If he can get on base, that'll bring up Jared Frank, who walked his last time up. Legacy making noise. And they draw the walk. 2 on, 2 out for Jared Frank. The tying runs at second base, and we're going to get a Serve Pro mound visit and some defensive changes here for Minot as Tegan Schindler comes out of the dugout. With 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration, it's Serve Pro bringing you the Serve Pro mound visit and a pitching change. Braden Nelson's day is complete after 5 2/3. He struck out 2, giving up 4 hits and 1 run. He's responsible for the 2 runners on base. And Coach Stenberg will bring in Parker Hann from shortstop, it looks like. Bringing Tegan Schindler in the game to play third. Braden Nelson will move from pitcher to first base. Hiram Maples is the one that will be replaced in the lineup by Schindler. The new pitcher for Minot High will be Parker Hann. We'll take a final look at the final line for Braden Nelson as a starter, as well introduce you to the new reliever for Minot High when we return after this commercial break.
When facing disaster, it's not just the things we lose, but the memories. But there's hope. ServPro, with decades of experience in Minot and Bismarck, is always ready. Our certified professionals don't just restore homes, they rebuild lives. Because to us, you're not just a client, you're family.
Banking is some of the most important things in your life, and banking at the right bank is very important. We're really proud of our bank because we have great people, and our people are what make our bank go. We always want to treat our customers right and do the best job we can for them, and try to do things to help make our communities better.
Starting pitcher in game 2 for Minot, Braden Nelson, finishes his day as the starter, or as the pitcher for Coach Pete Stenberg and the Minot High Magicians, with 5 2/3 innings pitched. Unable to get out of the 6th. Gave him 1 run on 4 hits, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. He is responsible for the runners on first and second base as the Sabres look to continue the comeback here. Look to tie or even take the lead in this very inning. It's Jared Frank, the first batter, that reliever Parker Hann will face. First pitch fastball for his strike. Parker Hann has been used as a reliever this season for Minot, and a good one as well, making his 6th appearance. He has a 1-0 record with 1 save. This, I guess, would be a safe situation that he's inheriting. Missing out of the zone 1-1. As for the specific numbers for him, 12 innings, an ERA of .68. And how about this ratio? 21 strikeouts to 5 walks. He's allowed 3 hits and 1 run. Coming in a big situation, but coming through is Jared Frank. Here comes a runner from third. This relay won't be in time. Sliding in safely is Cooper Miller. We have ourselves a tie game at 2 on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. The breakthrough inning that Legacy's been looking for since earlier at 11:30 a.m. is coming here in the 6th inning of game 2. They've tied the score at 2 apiece. And yes, you can get a hit off of Parker Hann. Jared Frank with the RBI single. First and second, 2 out for the top of the order. Is this the part or the point of the game when the top of the order wakes up for Legacy? And they work together for more and more RBIs here in the 6th. That's a wild pitch that'll put runners on second and third. Zeitz to third. Frank to second. 2 in scoring position here for Legacy. Ball 2. Hann out of the full. The only force outs at first base. Here's a chopper to third. Schindler has to make a tough throw. It's not going to be in time. Vasey with the wheels makes it to first base, and the Legacy Sabres take the lead, with Riker Zeitz scoring from third. On the BNC National Bank scoreboard, it's Bismarck Legacy 3, Minot 2. Your life is busy, they'll make managing your money easy with locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, and Arizona. Also visit them online at bnc.bank. New situation here in the 6th. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. 3 running for Legacy. They've taken the lead. This is an important game and an important one to win for Legacy if they want to take home that #1 seed and regular season championship. Minot can seal that WDA regular season title with a win, and they'll be playing on their home field in the West Region Tournament as the #1 seed. Legacy can keep their hopes of that same opportunity alive with a win here in game 2 and a doubleheader split. After a 6-0 loss in game 1, they've got a newfound energy here in the 6th inning. The tail end of game 2 is finally when they've pieced the hits together to bring in runners around. Marcus Butts at the plate. Has a 2-strike count. Hann with a pickoff move to first. And home plate umpire will issue that a balk. Hann didn't make a move to step off the rubber, and now Coach Stenberg coming out to either one, cool down his pitcher or speak his mind a little bit, as that's going to be a balk to bring in the 4th run. Hann, who, and I don't think I got it on the Ryan Family Dealerships replay, indeed we don't, but he did not step off with that back foot. He may have twitched the front leg as well. He was twisted all the way around looking at Vasey at first base and didn't make a move off the rubber. He just flipped that over to first, and that's going to be the balk. Vasey was safe anyway, but That box going to bring in the run from third base. It's a 4-run frame for the Legacy Sabers. Still a runner in scoring position for Marcus Butts, and still an 0-2 count. Hand comes home. A fastball in the dirt. It gets past Burke. Vasey's off to third base. And Hand just tried to pump a fastball in the zone past the bat of Butts, but he spiked it. 1-2 count. Magicians got to get back to level here. Butts reaches out for a pitch, but Tyson Ruziska runs underneath that little fly ball to right center field. Legacy comes through in a big way in the 6th, picking up not just 2 runs to tie, but 4 runs to take the lead. We've got a new ball game here on the PSP Network. Minot's going to have to play from behind in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
There is no place like the country club. 18 holes of immaculate golf, along with golf simulator, PGA staff, club fitting and lesson, driving range and practice green, pro shop, delicious food, endless fun in the pool, and activities for the whole family. Learn more and become a member today.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Well, it just so happened to be in the 6th inning of Game 2, Legacy found the answer, putting together hits and base runners and getting RBIs with runners in scoring position, all with 2 outs in the 6th inning. A Harrison Johnson walk, Cooper Miller double, Riker Zietz walk, Jared Frank single, Lucas Vasey single, plus the balk by Parker Hand. Brings across 4 runs in the top of the 6th for Bismarck Legacy, and they have a 4-2 lead on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. So now the Magicians are going to make up that 2-run deficit. Here's a long fly ball to left field, and that one's going to help a whole heck of a lot. Kellen Burke with the home run. A solo shot to left center, 370 feet off the green wall. A round tripper to start out the 6th, and here come the offenses. Your Ryan Family Dealerships replay.
The pitcher, number 2, Parker Hand.
It cuts the deficit to 1. But after it looked like Minot was in deeper and deeper, a little bit of self-doubt after giving up 4 runs in the 6th, Kellen Burke says, let's go, guys, with the home run. And now Parker Hand, who gave up the lead as the relief pitcher, is at the plate. What can he do with the bat in his hand? Burke just took over the team lead with 4 home runs from Hand, who has 3. He's going to shoot one to left center field. This one will be caught.
Fielder, number 5, Tyson.
Fly out to left field. Hand thought it dropped, but making the catch over the shoulder, kind of Willie Mays style, is Ben Watson. A 4-3 game with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Tyson Ruziska is the next batter. Speaking of home runs, he hit his first of the season against Dickinson. Not necessarily a home run hitter, but he's definitely got the pop. This one, a ground ball to second base. Harrison Johnson fields it cleanly and throws the first. That's 2 outs retired, and Legacy can keep the lead here going into the 7th with the 3rd out. If able to retire Adam Rodacher. Again, that home run just cut the deficit to 1. Didn't tie, didn't take the lead for Minot, but it was definitely a big moment in this game for Minot, regaining their confidence at the plate. Adam Rodacher, the DH, is hitting. And he's hit. So Connor Graybo, who's pitched this whole game after giving up 2 runs in the first and just holding Minot to that 2-run total throughout the 2nd through 5th innings, comes out in the 6th, and now he's pitching to try and pick up the winning decision. Gives up the home run to Kellen Burke. Defense gets 2 outs behind him, and then Beans Rodacher. And now I think we've got problem with the batting order, maybe. It's Carson Deaver up to bat now. Might be an issue with a designated hitter. So Rodacher was DHing for Braden Nelson, who then came in the field to play first base. Taking Hiram Maples out of the order, so it is Tegan Schindler who replaced Maples on the field, on deck, with Rodacher still DHing. That's a strike called to Carson Deaver. I believe that's what the argument was about. Pitch from Graybo. Gets a swing and a miss. It's going to get away from Zeitz. I'm going to say it's a foul ball. 0-2 to Deaver. Getting to some intense baseball here from Corbett Field in a 1-run game, with implications of who takes home the #1 seed. Runner goes. This one is a ground ball to Vasey at third. Got to make a good throw. He doesn't. They're going to get Rodacher running to third. Deaver reaches base on the error. That one actually hit him in the shoulder, I think. The throw from Vasey. Everybody's safe everywhere. Deaver getting checked on as that throw from Lucas Vasey hit him in the right shoulder. And now both coaches are out in the field of play. Stenberg checking on his player at first base. Head coach Eddie Streeter going to talk to his pitcher, a Serve Pro mound visit with 24/7 emergency service and trained technicians using advanced technology and specializing in fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's Serve Pro. So Serve Pro mound visit again. Won't be taking out his starter, Connor Graybo. He's going to be talking situation here with 2 outs and maybe calm down some of the nerves here in the bottom of the 6th that's been put together by the big inning for Legacy. Minot in search of a response. They get it with Kellen Burke's home run earlier in the inning. And then it looks like Legacy's defense was going to hold on to that lead, but now after that error and Rodacher reaching base on the hit by pitch, you've got 2 on with 2 out, and that tying run's 90 feet away with Tegan Schindler making his first at-bat of game #2 now. Again, he's hitting in the place of Hiram Maples, who was taken out of the game during the pitching change. First AB of game 2 for Tegan Schindler. In game 1, he did get the start at third and went 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. First and third situation. Hold on a second. We're going to get time called. Graybo ready for the first pitch. So is Schindler. It's It's hit weakly on the ground to second base. Johnson can't pick it up. Rodacher ran back to third. Everybody's safe, but that could have possibly been a scoring opportunity for Minot to tie the game, as Harrison Johnson was unable to field the ball cleanly at second and get any of the force outs. Rodacher headed back to third. Bases loaded for the 9-hole hitter, Trey Stewart. Stewart's 0 for 2. We're going to get a courtesy runner in, Blaze Ostrom, replacing Rodacher on the base pass.
Number 11, Blaze Ostrom.
So now Graybo will face Stewart. Runners on every base, 1-run game. There's a force out anywhere. The Sabres defensively. It's back-to-back errors by Legacy in the field. Fly ball center field. Frank going way back and making the catch. Sabres get out of a bases loaded jam. Wow, are the nerves high there in the 6th inning. Legacy looking to add to their lead. They just found in the top of the 6th and protected in the bottom half. We'll return with the 7th inning on the PSP Network after this commercial break.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
Seventh inning on the PSP Network, brought to you in part by Roger Ward Moving and Storage, proudly helping the region with their moving and storage needs since 1942. Find them online at rogerwardmovingandStorage.com to schedule a move or to find a quote. That's Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Also, Presswitch Orthodontics, specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. They offer 0% financing and free consultations, virtual or in office. Enjoy professional treatment in a fun and relaxed atmosphere. Check them out at minotbraces.com. Well, Parker Hand came into relief with 2 outs in the top of the 6th inning, and what was then a 4-out save situation. Then, after surrendering 2 of his own runs and 1 that went to Braden Nelson, he's now pitching with the hopes of Minot High coming back in the bottom of the 7th inning. He'll face Ben Watson, Drew Beasley, and Jamison Johnson here in the top of the 7th inning. 2-0 count to Watson. Pitch goes over his head to the backstop. And Han, who throws a high velo fastball, gets a lot of swing and miss. Does have a few control issues here and there. We've seen some pitches behind batters, spiked a couple fastballs. He does throw hard, and you see it right there. Can place it in the zone. He really dials it up. It seems there's a bit of lack of control to it sometimes. 3-1 pitch. Called strike 2. Ben Watson's going to be ready to hit here. Legacy, it's their first inning in which they step up to the plate with the lead all day today. Ground ball back to Han, the pitcher. And the underhand throw to Nelson at first base, and that is the first out of this 7th inning. Watson goes 0 for 4 here, at least in the first 7 innings. Who knows, we might have extras today. We went to 10 innings, the last broadcast we had of Minot High baseball. A 10-inning walk-off win for the Magicians against Mandan. Okay, these teams have gone back and forth here in game 2, just in the last inning alone. Minot struck for 2 runs in the bottom of the first. Both pitchers put runners on base, but got out of the jams through the middle innings. And in the top of the 6th, Legacy finally got that first run in, and that just led to more and more and more in the 6th. A 4-run inning answered immediately in the bottom of the 6th by Kellen Burke with a home run to left center field. And then Minot High left the bases loaded to end that 6th inning. Now Legacy up to bat to add to their lead and hopefully protect. It could be an important win for them in search for the #1 seed in the West region. 2 hops to short. Deaver makes the throw. 2 outs by ground outs in the 7th inning for the Minot defense. Now Parker Hand will face Jamison Johnson. Johnson's 1 for 3. Single in the 2nd, reached down an error in the 4th, and grounded out his last time up. He's been on base the most today for the Sabres, counting game 1. Swing and miss on the first pitch from Hand. So it'll be a no decision for Braden Nelson after his final line is up to 2 runs allowed. So Nelson's 3-0 record will stay without a loss. Connor Grabo, on the other hand, for Legacy, after pitching a full 5 innings, trailing. He's in line for the win if they can keep it in the 7th. Johnson, ground ball, stays fair. Schindler makes the throw from third base all the way over to first. A 1-2-3 inning for Parker Hand, and now Minot High is down to their last 3 outs. They need at least 1 run in the bottom of the 7th to clinch the regular season title in West Region Baseball.
The trick to throwing well is knowing where you want the ball to go.
Like how the local bankers at First Western Bank and Trust take the time to learn about you and recommend the banking services like online banking or personal loans that keep your goals on target.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Head coach Eddie Streeter calls upon Jamison Johnson to close out this WDA matchup as Legacy is in search of their 15th win of the season and what could be their 11th win in conference play. With a 4-3 lead heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Final line for their starter Connor Grabo. He goes 6 innings, allowing 5 hits, 3 runs, and 3 strikeouts over those 6 innings. Again, he pitched gave up the first runs of the game in the bottom of the 1st inning, then pitched the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings all trailing. He kept the Magicians at 2 runs until Legacy took the lead in the top of the 6th. Surrounded 1 run on the home run to Kellen Burke. They're in the bottom half of the 6th inning, and he is in line for the win if Jamison Johnson can fend off one final comeback surge by Minot High. It'll be the top of the order for the Magicians here in the 7th inning. Led off by Easton Panasuk, followed by Aiden Deal, and then the home run hitter, Kellen Burke. That one's just going to find a home in left field. Poked for a base hit by Panasuk, his 2nd hit of the game.
The next batter, number 10, the left fielder, Aiden
Panasek reaches, and there's your tying run on the base pass for Minot with Aiden Deal at the plate. He's reached base once in 3 at-bats. He's also laid down a sac bunt. Maybe they try that again here to move Panasek into scoring position with the heavy hitters Burke and Han on deck. They will. Johnson instead looks to first base. It's another successful sac bunt by Aiden Deal, who pulled off that play back in the 3rd inning. Advances Panasek to second base. Tying run in scoring position with Kellen Burke at the plate in his last at-bat. Homer to left center field, his 4th of the season, which is now a team high. 1 on, 1 out. Jamison Johnson pitching. This is Johnson's 6th appearance of the year. He has a 2-1 record. No saves just yet for Jamison through 21 1/3 innings. He has an ERA just north of 3. 26 strikeouts to 8 walks. That's a good number here. A guy you want in relief. Over 3 strikeouts per walk this season for Johnson. 1-0 pitch to Burke. Very quick swing. And a catcher's interference call. So Burke hit the catcher's mitt, right? And now Coach Streeter coming out of the dugout, and he's getting a warning here from the home plate umpire. He already brought up a talking point in the 6th about maybe Minot High's lineup. And now catcher's interference is the topic of debate, as that will put Kellen Burke on base with Parker Han at the plate. Coach Streeter will head back to the dugout with just a few more words to our home plate umpire today. And that does a good job of summing up how important this game is for both teams. I mean, this is top 2 in the WDA. Legacy's looking for a strong finish to the regular season after a couple of early losses. Putting some wins together in the middle of the season. They've had some difficulty lately against tough opponents. And here they've really found a good swing of momentum late in this game, and they're just looking to hold on for the win against Minot. Minot, on the other hand, they're playing for the #1 seed today. They don't want it to be Tuesday against Century or Thursday against Watford City. First pitch foul ball from Parker Han. Hits one sky high into the sun. It is tracked down in left field. Watson makes the catch, and that retires Parker Han, the .514 batting average. And now with 2 outs in the inning and 2 runners on base, the last chance for the Magi will come down to Tyson Rosiska. Rosiska reached on an error in the 1st, struck out in the 3rd, and grounded out to second base in the last inning. It was a big inning for Minot. They scored 1 run on the home run, but left the bases loaded. Swing and miss. Jamison Johnson looking for the save. Again, it would be his 1st of the year. Connor Grabo looking for the win. That would be his 1st of the year. Grabo's made 1 appearance. It was a loss. Now looking to get credit for a 6-inning start today. Ground ball to second. Harrison Johnson to Cooper Miller, and that is out number 3. The Sabres' chance at the #1 seed survives another day. They'll wrap up the regular season on Monday with a doubleheader at home against the Williston Coyotes. Minot suffers their first loss in conference play this year, dropping to 13-1 in the West after a 4-3 winning decision for the Legacy Sabers. We'll wrap it up next with our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show. We've got some awards to hand out as well, and break down the updated West Region standings brought to you by Shields of Minot and Bismarck. That's coming up next on the PSP Network.
It's Ike Heating Furniture World's 90th anniversary sale. Now's the time to celebrate, update, and redecorate. From furniture for every room to flooring that brings it all together, you'll find incredible anniversary savings on just what you want, just what you need. Step up to better sleep on a Sealy, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattress, all comfortably priced. Plus, no interest for 5 years. Don't miss this one, the 90th anniversary sale, going on now at Ike Heating Furniture World.
The best part about working at BNC National Bank is developing relationships.
I love working with people.
We've been here for over 25 years.
We've grown just like our communities we're in.
But we still have that personal connection with our customers.
And that's why we can find the best solutions for them.
It feels great seeing projects around the community and knowing we're a small part of making that happen.
We're helping people buy their first homes.
Plan for the future.
From startups to big business.
We're part of the community.
And we're proud of it.
Yours truly, BNC.
We want it all. We want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Name it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Are you moving your business or your home across the town or across the country? We know it can be stressful. To ensure your possessions arrive on time, intact, and on budget, make your move with Jobbers Moving and Storage. Jobbers can help you with every aspect of your move. With our efficient step-by-step approach to move management, we can tailor a plan to suit your needs and schedule. With locations in Bismarck, Fargo, Minot, and Aberdeen, Jobbers Moving and Storage is your choice. Visit jobberswarehouse.com. It's Jobbers Moving and Storage.
Whether it's getting an education, making priceless memories, learning to play, playing to learn, or simply getting where you need to go, the team at Ackerman Estvold has been behind these projects and countless others, developing critical infrastructure, valuable spaces, and even some good old-fashioned fun. Entrusted with the things you know, but delivering more than you may realize. Ackerman Estvold, trusted for decades and decades to come.
Welcome into the planning team, financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show after a more than entertaining Game 2 of this West Region doubleheader. Not to say Game 1 wasn't too bad. A 6-0 win for Minot High and a dominant pitching performance, but in Game 2, it was the offenses late that really made the story of how this would happen. Let's break it down. A 4-3 win for the Legacy Sabers on the BNC National Bank scoreboard. It starts in the bottom of the first inning right away. Connor Grabo making his second start of the year for Bismarck Legacy. He's hit in the leg on a ball off the bat of Aiden Deal. It would be an infield single. He was checked out by the training staff, stayed in the game, and that was a good thing for Legacy, even though he would give up 2 runs in the inning. Later on, a fielder's choice to Kellen Burke, he'd reach. Parker Hand got on with a single, and Tyson Ruziska brought in a run on an error, reached on an error, brought in a run, and also another one getting in a rundown. That made it 2-0 Minot High in the first inning, but back to Grabo's story today. The second, the third, the fourth, and the fifth shutout innings for Connor Grabo this afternoon. Again, just his second start of the year, his longest start of the season. His previous start went 5 innings, getting the loss. Today, just going to get the run support until the top of the 6th inning. Again, Legacy had base runners on in every inning but one in this game, but it was in the 6th that they would finally come through. That's even going back to game number 1. They had runners on base and in scoring position, but were shut out through 7 innings in the first game of today's doubleheader. But the breakthrough hit, the double by Cooper Miller to the left field. Warning track brought in Harrison Johnson all the way from first base. Actually, that was the pinch runner that came in to score. Logan Lawrence, that first run of the game for Legacy, made it a 2-1 game with Miller on second and 2 outs. That was followed up by Riker Zietz's walk and an RBI single from Jared Frank. Tied the game at 2, but Legacy wasn't done yet. They added an RBI on the hit by Lucas Vasey, and then the balk, which brought in Jared Frank, part of a 4-run 6th inning for the Sabres to take a 2-run lead. Back on the bottom of the 6th, Connor Grabo pitching with the lead for once after a start that he really, I guess, or I would have to believe, like to see today. A 6-inning performance allowing those shutout innings, but that streak came to a close when Kellen Burke came up to the plate. A solo home run to left center field. It left the yard, made it a 4-3 game, and it was a play that really stopped the momentum surge for Legacy and kind of swung it back to Minot a little bit. However, the Magicians were retired after that. Parker Hand on a fly out to left field. Tyson Rosiska on a ground out to second base. Minot would get a bit of a rally going again in the bottom of the 6th with Rodocker being hit by a pitch, Carson Deaver reaching on an error, and Tegan Schindler also reaching on an error. That loaded the bases with 2 outs for Trey Stewart. However, his fly out to center field ended the inning prematurely for the Magicians, still trailing by 1 run. And then in the 7th, Parker Hand came out to pitched a 1-2-3 frame, got the Magicians back up to bat for one final shot in the bottom of the 7th inning. Easton Panasuk started off with a single. Aiden Deagle moved into second on a sac bunt. Kellen Burke reached on a catcher's interference, which caused quite the conversation out there on the playing field. But once we got back to action, Legacy sealed the deal, forcing Parker Hand into a fly out to left and Tyson Rosiska to a ground out to second base, as Legacy gets the come-from-behind win after trailing by 2 runs in the 6th. They score 4 in the top half of that inning, and it's Jamison Johnson who closes things out, picking up his first save of the season. Bismarck Legacy improves to an overall record of 15-11 and 11-5 in West Region play. They snap what was a 2-game losing streak, counting game 1 of this doubleheader, a 6-0 win for Minot. As for Minot, they dropped to 19-3 after this doubleheader, 13-1 in conference play. Their 3-game winning streak comes to an end. They've won 4 of their last 5 games as their first loss here at Corbett Field in Game 2 of this doubleheader to Legacy. Once again, your final scores: Sabers 4, Minot High 3. It's time to hand out the awards for game number 2, starting with the Sport Clips MVP of the game. Check in online at sportclips.com or on the app. They bring you the MVP haircut experience and today's MVP of the game. But how about the performance for Connor Graybo, sticking it out after getting the line drive off the leg in the second batter in the 1st inning. He was on the ground for a while, had to do a few warm-up pitches, some extra exercises around the mound, but he came back and was as good as a start as he could offer today for Legacy. Giving up those 2 runs in the 1st inning and the home run in the 6th, but those middle innings were big for the Magicians as Legacy was continuing to grind out some hits, try and find the gap and find the BNC National Bank scoreboard. And once they did, they ran with it the rest of the way. Connor Graybo, your Sport Clips MVP. He did not hit, but he did pitch very well. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 5 hits on 3 strikeouts, and he picks up his first win of the year and just his 2nd start of the season against the #1 team in the West Region. Picks up the win against Minot. He has a 1-1 record this season through 11 innings pitched. Connor Graybo, your Sport Clips MVP of the game in game number 2. As for the Jobbers' move of the game, well, Legacy was close and close and close to scoring and getting on the BNC National Bank scoreboard, but when they really did, it was on the RBI double from Cooper Miller with Logan Lawrence at first base, the courtesy runner after the Johnson walk. Cooper Miller with a line drive to left field over the head of Aiden Deal all the way, bounced off the top of the fence. That brought in Legacy's first run, and that was a crucial one because it showed that, yes, the Sabres could get on the scoreboard, they could drive in runners, and they would eventually lead to 3 more runs in that top of the 6th for the Sabres to take the lead and pick up the win in the end. Your Jobbers move of the game in game number 2. The RBI double by Cooper Miller to make this a 2-1 game that would eventually lead to Legacy taking the lead and picking up the win number 11 in conference play for the Sabres today. Well, that just about does it for our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads post-game show. But we do want to remind you that Shots Crossroads is your post-game headquarters. Order online at shotscrossroads.com for their delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Shots Crossroads team buses are always welcome. And planning team financial advisors helping clients work toward financial freedom. What a doubleheader on this Saturday afternoon. Minot High picks up the win 6-0 in game 1, but behind a complete game shutout by Carson Deaver. Legacy, they kept up the focus. They kept their patience alive through 13 innings today, and eventually in the 6th inning of game 2, they score all their offense in that 1 inning alone, and it's enough to pick up the doubleheader split today against Minot High. Still, nobody has clinched the number 1 seed in the West region. It survives another day. Legacy will be in action next to wrap up the regular season on Monday, home against Williston. They can stay in the hunt with wins there against the surging Williston Coyotes. Minot, they can clinch with a few more wins to wrap up the regular season should they pick up the doubleheader sweep against Bismarck Century on Tuesday, which you can see on the PSP Network. That will be enough to claim the WDA regular season title. They also have 2 games on the road at Watford City where they can pick up some more wins as well. That's a look ahead. Our next PSP Network broadcast is Monday. Softball from Bismarck, Mandan at Legacy, and the Tuesday triple header of coverage. Baseball from Minot, soccer from Minot, and softball from Bismarck. That's coming up next week on the PSP Network, all leading up to our postseason coverage right back here at Corbett Field. Thursday, May 23rd for the first round of the WDA baseball tournament. That does it from Corbett Field today. Your final score for the final time in Game 1, Minot High 6, Legacy nothing. And in Game 2, the Sabres get the split with a 4-3 final tally. The win goes to Connor Grabo, the loss to Parker Hand, and the save to Jamison Johnson. Once again, I'm Owen Patterson. Happy to be on the call for these 2 games today. They were exciting from start to finish. We'll see you on Tuesday, but until then, have a good night, everybody.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by PSP Network. It's game day.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
How would you like to turn this into this? With Shad's Crossroads Fuel to Food Reward Program, you can. Here's how it works. Pick up a fuel tracker card from any of our C-store cashiers. Every time you fill up with gasoline or diesel, use the fuel tracker card to record your gallons. Once you reach 1,000 gallons, you'll be eligible for a $10 gift card to Shad's Crossroads restaurant. Start earning your rewards today at Shad's Crossroads.